Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm going to call the meeting of the Minnesota Supervised Release Board to order. Today is Tuesday, March 24th. I just want to, for anybody online watching, we're running a bit delay. And just so people know, we do meet with victim families in the morning, and sometimes those meetings can run a little bit long. I also want to just give notice that the last hearing today involving Mr. Ryan Jones Adams, that has been removed from the calendar today. And we will have some updates on when that will be rescheduled to come. And so with that, I will call a roll of members. Board Member Christine Bray. Here. Board Member Joe Earhart has resigned from the board, so that's an open seat. Board Member Andrew Larson.
Present.
Board Member Cheryl Ramstead is excused. Board Member Jody Nelson.
Present.
Board Member Don Strufert. Here. And Chanel is present. With that, we will call the first case. The cases being seen today are all cases that were juvenile offenses certified as adults. And we do have a quorum necessary to move forward. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Holmes Larson.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Joshua Davis Ford, who is participating through live stream video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Rush City. Mr. Ford also has his brother and advocate participating today, Mr. Jason Ford. Correct, sir?
Yes, correct.
All right. Thank you for joining us today.
No problem.
As the commissioner previously stated, the members are all in attendance today. Our records indicate that on July 24th, 2014, at approximately 7 p.m., Minneapolis police responded to a dispatch that an MTC bus in the area of 26th Avenue North and Penn Avenue North in Minneapolis, Hennepin County, Minnesota, had activated its silent emergency alarm. As squads responded, dispatch updated the information that a male had been shot at the scene. Responding officers found the shooting victim, later identified as Andrew Billingsley Jr., a 38-year-old male, lying on the ground in the parking lot of a gas station. The MTC bus driver was giving CPR to the victim. However, attempts to revive the victim were unsuccessful and he was pronounced dead at the scene. Witnesses told investigators that a 16-year-old Joshua Davis Ford and his companions had boarded the bus at 26th and Penn Avenue. The victim came to the front door of the bus, got into an argument with Ford and his companions regarding their harassment of his son. The bus driver saw Joshua Ford draw a gun from his waistband and told the victim to get off the bus, which he did. Joshua Ford went out the back door of the bus and started shooting at the victim. According to witnesses, the victim ran in front of the bus as Ford continued to shoot at him. The victim then ran towards the nearby gas station, and Joshua Ford continued to shoot at him until the victim fell to the ground. The medical examiner determined that the victim's cause of death was multiple gunshot wounds. On October 27th of 2014, Joshua Davis Ford was sentenced to 400 months or 33.33 years for second-degree intentional murder in Hennepin County District Court. Due to legislation regarding individuals who were juveniles at the time of their offense, Joshua Ford now has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board after serving a minimum of 15 years of incarceration. Today's review represents his first review after serving approximately 14 years of incarceration. His original confinement release date was December 22nd, 2036. Given the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Ford is eligible to be considered for release as of July 23rd of 2029. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Mr. Ford. How are you today?
Good afternoon. I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good. I'd like to start off by asking you to tell the board what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
I would like to see like some form of like recommendation and guidance as far as things that I can improve on to help me better myself as far as like programming and employment and higher education and things that can help me upon a possible release that I can use when I get to the back into society.
So what things, first, over the last, 14 years, what changes have you made and what work do you believe you need to continue to do?
When I came in prison at 16, I was still young, so I was still going through the spurt of just getting into trouble, fighting, not really participating in programming, and things like that. And as I continue to get older, I still was having trouble in those areas, but as I started growing and I was going to the hole multiple times, I felt that I had a change as far as like being able to learn new things and educate myself with being in prison, because I always had the mindset that because I'm in prison, I wasn't able to further myself as far as growth. So I was always stuck in that way, but I felt I've made a change, and I've had hiccups since I've been here. But I feel like I've changed as far as my education and my goals and things that I want to do that can help me, be successful in society, and things that I feel like I still have problems with, I would say, is like my impulsiveness as far as just reacting without giving the time to think before doing something. And that's what's gotten me into trouble and into fights and stuff like that, is my impulsive behavior.
So what do you think is going to be the, what do you think would be most helpful for you in terms of making the kind of progress you feel you need to make?
Honestly, I've felt like I think like classes and stuff that I took, like anger management and stuff like that, I felt it helped, and I kind of just lost sight of those what's the word I'm looking for? Those things that help me not go into so much of an angry mode, and I can sit back and think and space myself from the situation before it happens. So I feel like a lot of the vocational programs that I've done have helped. And I do think those do help, but I think working, staying employed, and just keeping myself busy, I feel like those things keep me on a straight track.
So do you have a sense of what it is as you see a process going forward? What do you think? What do you think would be most helpful for you?
I feel like I had a idea of like a church program that I wanted to do. and then just mainly just staying in education and working. Like it's been programs here that I've been wanting to get into, but I think they go off of certain guidelines as far as being able to work in those programs, like painting and decorating, heavy equipment. And there's things that I have been signing up for, like thinking for a change, critical thinking, and just different things that can help me like mentally grow myself and not have that mindset of just reacting to things. So I feel like just education and stuff like that is something that helps me in a right direction.
As you think about your situation, your imprisonment, your sentence, can you talk a little bit about what you imagine the impact of your offense to be on the people who are left behind?
Regarding the victim's family, I know it's had a major impact, like as far as losing someone, especially the gun violence. I know it's left people confused, sad, angry, still grieving and have to, deal with not having their loved one around. So I know it's caused a major impact on the family and as well as my own family as well. I know a lot of those things can't be changed. So I know that being able to grow in, I know they probably wouldn't want to talk to me, but just being able to know that I don't have those intentions or ongoing animosity to carry those type of anger or anything out towards them. So I know a lot of things still, probably has them angry and hurt. So I know it left a big impact on the victim's family and the public as well as my own.
So, what do you feel you owe the people left behind by your offense?
Honestly, I feel like I owe them. I would say I owe them a explanation of what happened, because I think why I would say that I know they didn't know what happened and they don't understand why this happened. So I would think like a form of explanation and an apology of my wrongdoings in the crime that I did.
What would you say? What would you say if that was the situation?
I would first and foremost say that, I apologize and I take full responsibility and accountability for my actions that day. And I would want them to know that, I know I'm not gonna come off asking for their forgiveness, but I would want them to, I would be willing to explain to them what happened and those things like that. But I will first and foremost say that I apologize and I take full responsibility and accountability for my actions that took place that day.
So one of the things that you talk about, and one of the things I really appreciate, is the recognition that you have work to do in the area of impulse control. And as I read through your letter or your description of some of the what happened that day, impulse control seemed like that was an issue then. Is that fair? Is that fair? I mean, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
No, I would say that's fair. Not thinking, reacting without having, a clear train of thought. I feel like, yeah, I would say that would be impulse.
So, and then some of the things that have gotten you jammed up discipline wise, involved in somewhat more recent kind of fighting behavior and stuff, impulse control as well?
Yeah, I would say impulse. And I don't want to make any excuses. I would say I've always been a protector. So sometimes, like when I see things happening and it's a family or a loved one, my impulse does get the best of me and I just react instead of thinking And then after the situation has happened, I always sit back and think to myself then and be like, why did I do this? Instead of when I should have thought about that first before I did what I did.
So you just described for me what it is that you need to do.
Yes.
And you know, you just that sense of how do you get in front of the very thing that was certainly a major contributing factor in your committing offense, and then is ongoing in somewhat more recently in some disciplinary conduct. And so I think those are the things that are going to be really key in terms of some of the work that needs to be done. So I appreciate that. I would just this time open this up to other board members to ask Mr. Ford any questions they may have.
Remember to turn it on this time. That's good. Mr. Ford, I appreciate your efforts towards impulse. Okay. I guess another way I'm beginning to look at this whole process is I believe impulsiveness gets in the way of being a good neighbor. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I can agree to that.
Okay. Now, as I understand it, one way you were becoming a good neighbor or thought you were becoming a good neighbor was to protect somebody through fighting. Is that correct?
Yes.
How's that going to change?
I feel like
You're still going to have the opportunity to see people who are in scary or fearful or harmful situations. Is that true?
yes.
That's not going to change. How are you going to change?
I feel like this understanding, not just from my own perspective of causing hurt to somebody, but understanding the empathy before I result into these impulsive behaviors or situations. So I feel like just being able to give myself the space or not have myself in the environment or area to where these things can lead me into doing something and then thinking about it later. So I feel like just being able to remove myself from these situations and be able to control my impulsiveness. I feel like just the discipline is something that I've been very stern on, but I feel like I have to really dial in on.
So I understand the big change. Instead of moving towards the fight, you're moving away from the fight.
Yes.
What's scary about that?
I
Or at
wouldn't
least
say,
that would, I believe you don't want people hurt, but how does that deal with your impulse to protect?
I wouldn't say it would be scary. I think it's just more so of like just always just like I said, I've always been a protector. So I always just also think about my own loved ones being hurt in the process. And if me being there helping is something that I can do, that's how I've always kind of looked at it. And I know it's a bad way to look at it, but that's kind of how I kind of grew up and was seeing things. So I think the way to change that, I feel like, is kind of like trying to resolve a situation if it's something to do with me or just, honestly, only thing I can say to that is just minding my business, really.
Okay. Okay. So being a protector was important and you got some good stuff from doing that, right? How are people reacting when you back away from a fight or when you sort of remove yourself? What's the payoff there for you? How does that help you?
I mean, it helps me in the long run because, I'm still able to stay in the programming that I'm doing. I'm able to show my own growth of being able to stop myself and get rid of those impulsive behaviors. So I feel like being able to remove myself or stop myself from indulging into fights, I feel like that's showing my own self-control and, and realizing and understanding that I have to put myself first and not being so much of a head-on protector, because sometimes being a protector, you forget about yourself because you're so focused on your loved ones and stuff like that. So I feel like just being able to remove myself and think about myself first and what I have to look forward to as far as my goals and things that are important to me.
One more question along that line. I guess I respect and want to encourage you to continue that backing off. Who else around you recognizes you're doing that and pats you on the back or gives you some credit for backing off from fights?
I have the support of my family first and foremost. My little brother is one, and you know my dad also. You know, they tell me, you know, to not indulge in these situations, because if I indulge in these situations with the things that they know that I'm looking forward to and goals that I have going on to myself, it's really jeopardizing that in future things. So I feel like the times when I am able to do that, and when I do that, it allows me to still be present in my employment and things that I'm progressing to do.
Yeah, I see where family, father and brother, important people in your life. Appreciate that. Anybody in prison, any staff or any other inmates noticing your change?
Yeah,
And applauding your change?
Yeah, I have a friend, a close friend that often tells me to, you know, he encourages me to, you know, like, man, stay out the way, you know, you got stuff going on, like giving me that reminder to know that this right here, getting into this is not important. What you're doing for yourself is what's important. So you have to remove yourself from these situations, or tell those people like, man, I can't be a part of that. So I have a friend that definitely encourages me.
Okay. I'm seeing it's a lot of credit and a lot of good things you're seeing you're doing for yourself. I guess I'm also looking for things. What do you contribute to the rest of the people who you're living with?
I feel like, you know, just being not indulging it stops a lot of things from blowing up bigger than what it is. Because I do have a lot of people who often come talk to me about certain things, and we can have dialect and conversations and stuff like that when it comes to just, you know, anything that has to do with classes, certain classes we took, or, you know, just having just dialect to be able to grow our own self outside of programming and stuff like that. So not being there and indulging into these fights, it's like me kicking myself in the foot, because I'm saying one thing but I'm doing another. So I feel like being able to be in the unit with some of the peers that aren't involved in those things, I feel like that's something that is a positive.
I agree. I see that change and I wish you well in continuing that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Ford, I'd like to hear more about your writing. What role does writing play in your life?
That's a hobby I picked up in 2019, and it gives me like an outlet. Like I can just, whatever comes in my mind, or when I'm like feeling like stressed or going through something in the family, I can always just put my headphones on and lay back in my bed and just write about the first thing that comes to my mind, and just poetry, lyrical essays, just really anything. It helps, and I like writing, so it gives me another, it's another hobby that I can do besides, you know, having to really jump around or move around or be around the noise. It gives me that my own personal space.
So you might consider that your writing life, your ability to reflect and go inside yourself, is also a strategy of impulse control. Does that make sense, to put those two things together? So your impulse control is not just what you don't do, but it's some things that you do, like
Yeah.
writing. Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so as you're thinking about your plan going forward, think about how to continue your writing, continue that sort of creative arts side of yourself. It's, you know, it's that sort of money in the bank for yourself. Okay. So,
Yes.
yeah, so I really encourage you to keep investing in that.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Mr. Ford, you mentioned employment a couple times. Could you talk about what you've done while you've been in prison related to employment?
So I would say I really begin to get like employment, but outside of education in Lino Lakes. First, I was a swamper, so like a janitor for the unit where I clean the bathrooms, mop the floors, take out the garbage and stuff like that. And then in Stillwater, I didn't have a job. When I was in Oak Park, I had a swamper job again to where I clean the unit, bathroom, and take the garbage out. And then before that, I was working in industry canteen in the Oak Park facility, basically doing all the food orders for all the prisons in Minnesota. And here I had an industry job folding balloons and sending the balloons out.
Had or have?
Had.
What happened?
I got into a fight.
I was also curious, and just a short version. You did mention to Commissioner Schnell that you would like to have a chance to explain what happened to the victim survivors, and you might have said something like, I don't know if they know, or something like that. What exactly would your explanation be? But just short.
My explanation. I feel like it was a big misunderstanding. Me being young and naive, I could have more so listened than reacting impulsively. And I just take accountability for what had happened, for the harm and anger and hurt I've caused.
So, like, what exactly would you tell them happened?
That we had an argument. We had got into a altercation on the bus, an argument on the bus, and I reacted out of impulse, and I chased the victim down, and I shot and killed him. I shot him multiple times and killed him.
Thank you.
Mr. Ford, a couple of questions from me. So I've heard you say a couple of times during the course of our interview that you take full responsibility and accountability for your actions. I'm wondering if you can put yourself in the perspective or in the shoes of the surviving family members of the victim. What do you think? Because it's one thing to say that. What do you if you were in their shoes, what would you want to see that would really lead you to believe that you were sincere in that? Like, try to put yourself in their shoes if you could.
If I was in their shoes, I think the main thing would be just behavior, like my behavior in being incarcerated. You know, like if I'm, saying I take accountability and responsibility, and I'm constantly getting into fights and everything, I know them seeing that or hearing about that or even looking at my discipline history, they'll probably be thinking, or they'll be having a feeling of like, man, he's probably he hasn't changed. He's still indulging in these things that's causing harm to people. So, it can leave them feeling, a little uneasy. So that's kind of how I would look at it if I was in their shoes.
Okay, fair, and I appreciate that. So there's recognition on your part, and if I, as I'm reframing this, if I don't catch it correctly, please let me know. But I think there's recognition. What I'm hearing is that there's recognition on your part that the actions may not jive with the words and your acceptance of responsibility. I mean, is that a fair characterization?
Yeah, I would say so because it's like you're on a line to try to do. I would say I'm on a line to do something good and heading in the right direction, but it's only so many times that I can constantly say I take accountability and responsibility, but I'm still getting involved and doing the same stuff. So it wouldn't make sense. So yeah, I would say so.
Okay, nope, fair. And I appreciate your recognition of that. And I mean, I do want to acknowledge like you're participating in programs, and I think trending, you know, you're going through some of the steps, and I think that's great. By your own acknowledgement at the start, there's work to do, and there's always work for all of us to do. So I encourage you to continue with that, because one of the things as I listen to you, one of the things that I'm really struck by is your description of yourself as kind of having this protective instinct. When I read the circumstances of the offense, I very much read that the victim was doing that. He was protecting his family. So I want you to kind of let that sink with, kind of let that sink in. Like, so anyways, I appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Mr. Ford, just, I was reading through your materials, and one of the things that I made a note on was there's a section that, you get asked some different questions. And one of the questions was, people that you should avoid. And there was a couple of them I just wanted to ask about because, and just like where this comes from. So one of them was the police. Can you just explain what that meant?
I just from like past things and just family experiences, I've always just had my mindset has just been kind of bad when it came to police, just growing up with my mom and her going through stuff and trying to receive the help, the necessary help. So I've just always just kind of like just steered away from them and never really can depend on them when it came to, receiving the necessary help that I feel like I would need. So I just kind of felt like being able to, and it's nothing I would say that would be against them, but I feel like if I'm not getting pulled over or having to go turn myself in or them pulling me over, I feel like I'm, at least staying out of trouble, at least if I'm not always involved with them. So.
Okay. Yeah. That was one of the things I was wondering. You also made note of old enemies. What describe that? What does that mean? Old enemies.
Just I would say like people that I've had problems with just growing up in my old neighborhood. So I would say just like avoiding that area in my old neighborhood. I would say just avoiding people that I have problems with, in my neighborhood. That's what I meant by that.
Okay. Is there a time when that maybe doesn't matter as much because you've changed?
Yes,
I'm just asking.
I would say so. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then one of the things that you said was you said victim's family, and can you just describe that one? Why? I have a sense, but I'd like to hear from you.
As far as what I put for avoiding.
Yeah.
I said that because I feel like just from my opinion, you can have certain family members who may be able to have and build a conversation with you, and you still may have those who have the anger and the hate and the grief that they're still dealing with to where they wouldn't want to be around you. That's why I said avoid certain family members.
That's helpful. Thank you. Thank you much for that. I appreciate it. I want to just turn here to your brother and give you an opportunity to weigh in on the changes you've seen in your brother over time, and anything else that you'd like the board to be aware of.
Yes, I would like the board to be aware of the family members that stuck by Josh between the time of him being in prison and him getting out. He has a lot of family members that's here to support him and stuff when he gets out, like with jobs, if he's able to get a job right away or any of that. Like programs and stuff he been talking about getting in and stuff like that. So, um, yeah, I just want to say he does have a lot of family members out here that's gonna help him.
That's good. Can you talk about like what you've seen by way of changes in your brother over time?
Yeah, I seen Josh mature a lot since the first time he got in prison or juvenile detention. From there to prison, he has matured a lot. I've been by his side the whole time since he first got in there till now. So I didn't see that myself. Him matured a lot. He has a head on his shoulder now. He's not thinking like he's still young or anything like that. I know I know some things. I'm still young too. I know some things I do help him with that, he's not familiar with because he's been in there. So it's a few things that he doesn't know about that I help him with that helped him get through his time.
Okay. In what ways did this offense affect your family, do you think?
Um, it affected us because I've been around. Well, we've been around. I'll say I've been around Josh my whole life, so it affected me a lot more than other people. Because I'm like I said, I'm young. I'm the youngest brother out of all our brothers. So yeah, we have 9 brothers, but don't nobody stick by his side like I do.
Right.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
all I can really say right now.
Well, I just so appreciate you being here. I appreciate your ongoing support of your brother. Even though you're the quote unquote little brother, I would lead up here and really encourage him to continue to improve and do well. So
Yeah.
we thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Mr. Ford, before the board begins deliberation and discussion about next steps, I want to briefly open the floor to you for any final comment.
I just really, really appreciate you guys meeting with me today and listening to what I had to say. If possible, I definitely would like to my adjustment I would say it's been tough. I was in Oak Park for 8 years, so I was by myself in a single cell. So I was able to, that's where I feel like I've kind of had a growth spurt, like mentally and emotionally. I was able to really reflect on a lot of the things I've been through and went through and that I needed to work on because I had my own space and transitioning from a maximum to close and, still trying to really put those things that I've grown, that I've helped myself elevate. I try to put those things into my reality as far as, all right, I'm in this environment. Those things that I worked on and learned, I have to put those in play and, go off of that. And I just I would definitely like to, at least try to get this like the help or the recommendations I need to get into these programs and be able to keep transitioning into a more lower custody facility to help myself as far as, like anything like with church programming, jobs and experiences that I can have under my belt that will help me when I'm, back into society.
Excellent. Thank you so much. With that, I'm going to close this portion of the discussion and move into board discussion and deliberations about next steps. During that time, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would turn this over to the board.
Right, yeah. I understand that parole is not available as an option at this time. So I think my recommendations are, or suggestions are, I think he's on a trend. I think he's headed the right direction. What best program is available when for him is my question, or where can that be? How much of that is available at Rush City? And where's the next best step are sort of my questions right now. I would also suggest, I guess, maybe something new. I'd like to see how he would write about what recommendations he's taking away from this review. Put it in his words, exercise some of that writing skill that he's developing. What he's doing, why, and where it's going to lead.
You know, it's interesting you say that because I was just looking at, this may be an old document, but programming available at Rush City, because I'm really on the fence about moving him to medium or keeping him there a little bit longer to see if his behavior improves and changes. And I noted they have an anger management program. I do think he needs criminal thinking skills programming, and it doesn't look like that's available at Rush. So
The PRT was should I keep
Nope,
going?
go ahead,
Andrew?
Jody. Nope, go ahead,
The
Jody.
Okay, the PRT was recommending medium at Lino. And then, I have a different thought about kind of where the anger and impulse control stuff comes from, just reading about kind of childhood trauma. Fact that he was had an IEP, was diagnosed EBD, ADHD. So his, just aware that he's got, kind of his inner physics is set up in such a way right now to be reactive. And so I think, and I don't think only being able to manage that, you can only manage for so long. So I would really hope to see him get some, and I think he mentioned some spiritual help or what have you, but do some of the healing work to get his nervous system a little less reactive. And then really, a placement where he can continue his education, get vocational training, get invested in those kinds of pro-social experiences for himself, build himself up.
one of the things I was thinking, it's kind of the prison to pipeline story, and I do think trauma would be helpful for him to understand what he's gone through at some point, and I don't know when and where.
I know one of the items that was recommended, and he even mentioned it himself, that he has signed up for Thinking for a Change, and as a former facilitator in that curriculum, that certainly I would strongly encourage that. I don't remember if that is something that's offered at Rush, and I guess just from my perspective, I'm reluctant to make real strong recommendations on which facility, largely just because that so much is driven by classification and those sorts of things. But certainly I would like to see him participate in Thinking for a Change, or another cognitive behavioral program. I know he's done decision points, and that's maybe not quite as intense as some of the other ones. But so I would certainly advocate for that as well. I guess for the sake of starting the process of forming a motion, I would make a motion to deny parole. I would continue it for 3 years. As part of that motion, I would make a recommendation to participate in Thinking for a Change, or other, and certainly not limited to that, but just participate in cognitive behavioral programming and other pro-social things. That also, I think it was Chris had mentioned, to really focus on some vocational stuff so that he would be better situated for when he is eligible for more consideration of kind of step down or transitioning to lower custody levels. So that would be my motion and some of the conditions that I'd like to see at this point.
Okay, there is a motion. Is there a second?
I'd second that.
There's a motion and a second. Further discussion.
So just my question is what we're saying is if he stays at Rush for the next 3 years, or is there a possibility for movement within those 3 years?
In terms of my motion, I don't incorporate it into the motion. If the Department of Corrections indicates that like he's doing well and transition down to medium, I would not be opposed to that at all.
Right.
So
Okay. That would be
if there's opportunity for that, I'm certainly all for it as long as the behavior and the classification dictate that.
I support that.
Yeah, and I don't think it is offered at Rush, thinking for a change. At least it doesn't say that in the material. So I really support that as well.
So I guess just thinking about this a little bit, I'd like to see him get the chance to move to a more a program, the medium setting where there's more programming available generally. But there's an if then here a proposition in my view, and that if then I'd like to see, I'd like to see a year of like doing what you can at Rush City, making the most of that, demonstrating no disciplinary involvement. And I would encourage you to demonstrate, him to demonstrate his, his commitment to this by reaching out to behavioral health and talking about this notion of reactivity and trauma, because I think it's a demonstration on his part that, and he acknowledged it, he called it out and said this is an issue, and so if he knows that's an issue, then I would strongly make a recommendation, but this is one of those areas that he has to demonstrate the movement to engage with behavioral health. But I would make that a part of our thing that so that behavioral health understands that is something that's a priority here. I also really I like this whole notion of having him write about something that he feels he can do about what does he take away from this and where does he go from this, go from there. I would like to see him do some continued work in the restorative justice area. I think, he clearly takes responsibility and accountability for his actions here. But I'm not so sure that, and it's not easy to do this, to have a fuller appreciation of the profound impact and that this type of an offense has, and trying to do some additional work to gain that level of insight would be important. And I agree with the vocational side of that, and I think that will come with lower custody placement. But I think as a starting point, he's got to do some demonstration of remaining discipline-free for at least a bit of time.
So just to clarify the motion, I guess, Andrew, I'm not sure. Would it be continue 3 years, but he remains in Rush for 1 year?
And then he can move.
Possibly longer, but 1 year with absolutely no discipline.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it becomes this thing of I want no discipline, and then I would like to put in our stuff that if that condition is met, that there is a move to medium, because that way, I think it's an investment in him, right? It's about him getting that reward for that. What would jam him up is going to be continued involvement in disciplinary conduct. And then it could, be longer because we want to see a chunk of time without this kind of stuff happening, because he clearly knows and understands. But I think that trauma stuff or some of that work could make a difference.
I agree with what's being said. The other thing that's coming to my mind, he's interested in higher education. where can that, or what's going to facilitate that, or where can that be facilitated? I think he's got it. He can go that direction.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I think the medium side would get him there, right? So, and I think that's something that, he should refine, even a step down plan. I think it would be nice when he comes back, like based on what he's done during that time, how would he, and then clearly release planning. He cannot not engage in release planning even this early around what does it look like and getting his head outside the fence instead of inside the fence, as he does that. So I don't know. We added a bunch of stuff into your motion there, Andrew, but I think, this is the place where we're trying to develop out what the program can look like and have him hear what some of these options are and some of the things that, we'd like him to take some responsibility for and moving forward. So there's a motion in a second. Is there any concerns about any of that, Andrew, on your part?
No, nope. I had no concerns. As I said, I've struggled on, although the way you framed it, kind of if you can, maintain the behavior, stay out of the discipline that's kind of, created some problems. I'm absolutely not opposed to step down. I've always been reluctant to push that, just never sure where, my role as a board member is in deciding classification and housing decisions.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I think generally speaking, it does remain within the department, but I also want to try and have a pathway so he can see a little bit about what that could look like and go from there. So there's a motion and there is a second to the motion. Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Larson.
Yes.
Board Member Nelson.
Yes.
Board Member Struford.
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes. It's a unanimous vote. Mr. Ford, you've had the opportunity to hear where the board's at. We want to bank on you a little bit here and give you a little bit of carrot. And that means keeping your nose out of trouble for a year. And I hope you hear loud and clear this whole notion of you taking the steps to send a kite into behavioral health and to talk about the ways in which your childhood experiences, the traumas of growing up may have influenced some of that reactivity that you have, that impulsivity that you described. And to do that, begin to do that. But, that is a recommendation. You initiating or be involved in that is on you. And so, and assuming you can do that and stay out of trouble, you could move to medium where I think the opportunities to gain the other programs, education, vocational, cog skills, all of that stuff becomes available. But clearly in the meantime, I would encourage you to make the most of the time you're going to be at Rush City to the fullest extent possible. Okay? Any questions about that?
No, I really appreciate it.
Okay. All right. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Take care.
So. All right, bro. I love you, bro.
Love you too, bro.
All right.
All right.
Moose Lake, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you fine.
All right, we'll be with you in just 1 minute here.
All right. I forgot you're on pause. Or delay.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Timothy Patrick Chambers, who's participating through live stream video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Moose Lake. Mr. Chambers also has his brother, an advocate, Adam Chambers, participating today, correct, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Donald Strufert, Christine Bray, Jody Nelson, and also Andrew Larson. Thank you. Our records indicate on May 3rd, 1996, police attempted to stop Timothy Chambers as he was driving a stolen vehicle in Scott County. Chambers led police on a high-speed chase for 29 miles with speeds in excess of 100 miles an hour. While attempting to stop him, Chambers drove directly into the side of a Rice County Sheriff's car, killing Deputy John Lumenstein. The investigation revealed that Chambers had made no attempt to avoid hitting the squad car, and his speed was around 98 miles an hour on impact. On September 23rd of 1997, Timothy Chambers was sentenced to life without parole in Rice County District Court after having been found guilty of the offense of first-degree murder of a peace officer. In 2017, Timothy Chambers was sentenced to life with the possibility of parole after serving a minimum of 30 years incarceration. Due to the legislation regarding individuals who were juveniles at the time of their offense, Timothy Chambers now has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board after serving a minimum of 15 years incarceration. Timothy Chambers was reviewed 2 times previously by a commissioner and his advisory panel. He was denied parole and continued to a future review date. Today's review represents his 3rd review after serving approximately 30 years of incarceration and his first review by the Supervised Release Board. His original parole eligibility date was May 2nd, 2026. Given the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Chambers was eligible to be considered for release as of May 3rd of 2011. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board, Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chambers. How are you today?
I'm okay, thank you.
I'd like to start out by asking you to tell the board what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
First, I'd like to make an opening statement. I'm so sorry for ending the life of Mr. John Leavonstein. He was a husband, a father, a friend, a colleague, family member. He was a community member. And on the day of May 3rd, 1996, I chose to steal a car. I then led police on a high-speed chase into Rice County, Minnesota. And I took an exit and I crashed the stolen car directly into Officer John Leavonstein's car. I am responsible for his death, and I am incredibly sorry for this action that I took. I also want to acknowledge that when I was in Steele County, I made some horrible statements about the crime to inmates there. I was scared and I acted as a coward. I thought that by saying these statements, I was protecting myself from harm. And I know that my words hurt a lot of people, and it weighs on my consciousness. And I'm very sorry for that as well. Recently, I was able to read some of the community letters, and the one that I want to acknowledge that really stood out to me is from Sergeant Mark Halati. The reason why I want to acknowledge his letter is that the way it was written and the actions he took that day were what I look at as what is courage. And he was very brave for what his actions with the family and the kids on that day. And he left me with a quote in his letter. And I'd like to read that to you right now. There is nothing more tragic than to come to the end of life and know we have been on the wrong course. I would also like to tell you about my life and a little bit when I decided to change. In 2013, I was in the Supermax unit in Oak Park Heights, and I was able to watch a restorative justice video on the Education Channel at the time. And I saw that there was a student up there talking about, his crime and his shame and his guilt about his crime. And he was at tears. And at that time, I was crying. I mean, it was something that I wanted, a release, something that I can express my shame and my guilt. And that was the beginning of my change. And I had a deathbed call with my grandmother that I love very much, and I miss her. And with those two things that happened, and I thought that I could change, and I needed to change. Everything that was on my shoulders was heavy, and I needed to get better. So when I came out 2014, I asked for help with behavioral therapy, and I started talking about my issues and my guilt, my shame, and they helped me. I chose to take and complete anger management, critical thinking, and restorative justice. And those showed me breathing techniques. And in restorative justice, I was able to learn like the impact, not only of my actions, but of like my words and how I treat people and ripple effects that infect everybody. In 2017, or actually, I want to know, I like to let you know too. And also, I started changing my friends. It was difficult at the time. My friends were targeted, or my old friends were targeting me and telling me I have to keep doing this and I have to keep doing that, or else I would be, beat up or threatened and stuff. And I saw a goal and I just kept going forward. It was difficult, but I kept moving forward, and I sought out relationship with God. I wasn't there yet. In 2017, I was then resentenced to life with parole. At that time, I was able to say an apology in the courts, but it wasn't enough. I knew I still had to change. There was other things that I had to complete in my life, and I wasn't ready yet. But with therapy, I kept going. I kept moving forward. In 2019, I was transferred to Rush City. I took another restorative justice class, Houses of Healing, that extended my learning into learning about like the shame and guilt that I felt and how to process that, but in how to talk to people through their situations and issues. I also was seeking God as well here, going to multiple Christian-based programs. I did art class. I started speaking in orientation where I could talk to the inmates that were coming in for the first time and also repeat inmates coming in. And I was able to tell them my story and basically just try to get into their minds, like, where are they going from here? Why do you keep coming back here? I felt like I was able to do this the same way that the restorative justice video had shown me. And yes, I just kept moving forward on that. And in 2020, at the end of there, Bill Hafner invited me to Prison Fellowship Academy. I was excited. Lionel Lake Smith, medium, and a little bit into 2021, I was able to get a spiritual awakening, and this spiritual awakening came through a place where I thought that I could never forgive somebody, and through the mentorship and the counselors around me, I forgave this man, and it was eye-opening. It took all this burden from me, and it was emotional. And a week later, it was as if my body was lighter, and I could feel the Holy Spirit in me. I could feel Jesus showing me that there is a way, there is change. I can be better. And with the help of my counselors and my therapist at the time, Lindsay Gollinsrud, I was able to progress further forward. I started doing in that year long of prison fellowship, I learned more critical thinking, behavioral health. I learned how to follow in the footsteps of like the apostles that Jesus taught. And I've learned about them, and I learned about like budgeting and parenting, how to talk to people. I mediated between certain students and I mentored other people in small groups. I also did a lifer group for a time, and I was always working with transitions, doing like classes where parole agents would come in. There's finance and budgeting. I helped the lifer group get these pre-release adult books for them to help on their journey forward. And I also helped them find the necessary information for their IDs and their social security cards later on when they move forward. After the 2024 hearing, I was really disappointed in not only the way I reacted, but the inability to move forward. I thought I was ready, and I don't take it personal that I wasn't ready. I don't. I just, with the help of like Lindsay Gollinsrud and the counselors at PFA, I was really blessed that they were around me, and that I could release a lot of my frustration and understand like what I had to work on. After a couple of weeks, I was ready to keep moving forward, and that's when I went to Moose Lake. At Moose Lake, right away, I asked for help from behavioral health, and I was not qualified to see them on a regular basis, and instead I looked into like how I could get help, how I could keep my movement progressing forward. So I started talking to a certified peer recovery specialist, they call them CPRS, and it's an IP that is certified to listen, to give me information on how I can adapt to my situation, my surroundings, and I did that for quite a while. I also tried to get into restorative justice council, and they said they didn't have it here, but instead I chose to sign up for a 5-month program and called the Good Fight of Faith, and it's a Christian-based program. It teaches more of a relationship with God, which I love, and when I achieved that, I was able to go to a spiritual mentor course, and then I followed that with being an alternate member for PF Grow, which is for Moose Lake, it's kind of like a PFA, but on a lesser based, not everyday type of thing. And I was able to talk with people and really help them with the relationship that they're having with God and their questions. And then I guess I wanted to be able to be in a fundraiser type of thing. Restorative justice, like I said, didn't have that here. But I still wanted to help people. So in honor of our vets and my grandfather, I joined the Sons of the American Legion, which were helping with the American Legion people here. Fundraising, Ruck March, Easter eggs, children's toys, things like that. And I am a member of their charter here. One of the things that I want you to know is I will never forget the pain and the sorrow. That I caused the community and Officer John Liebenstein's family. And that will always be forever with me. And I'm sorry. I just hope to have the opportunity to keep moving forward. And in moving forward, to answer your question, is I write these things down. I write these things down because as I go through them, I check them off as like an achievement. So I will read this to you. Moving forward looks like I'm familiar with Lino Lakes, and I hope to move forward to minimum Lino Lakes for 6 months. Because the Prison Fellowship Academy is there. I'm a graduate. I have a lot in common, and I trust the counselors that are there. Also the behavioral health of Lindsay Golensrud. I would love to be able to keep my therapy there, as I would also do that on the streets as well. I like to be able to come into the medium facility and speak in front of the lifer group that is going there now. I know I had my problems at the time, and when I was in Lino, and I just knew that they were trying to help me, and I misunderstood a lot of things, and I like to be able to speak to the people there and the inmates and stuff. Also, to do college courses through the transformation and re-entry through education and community program at MCTC. As you know, I went through that one semester. I had received all A's and was expected to be on the honor unit, or I mean the honor, what is it? The honor roll, I'm sorry, the honor roll. I'm excited to finish my AA degree, but also in minimum, I think it would be good for me to open up and start the ICWIC program and look for my work release through Freedom Works or another halfway house. But I have I've been accepted to Freedom Works and through their discipleship program, and that goes along with my release plan. And yeah, thank you for listening. I know that was long.
All right.
It was difficult to say.
All right. Well, let me ask a couple of questions. So you mentioned becoming aware of the ripple effects of what you've done. Describe what your understanding or your thoughts are about what the ripple effects were.
My understanding on the ripple effects is everything I do, everything I say, my actions in the community, in this environment, they have ripple effects. If I do something negative, then, it's not just the person that I'm talking to or I did this action towards. It creates a ripple effect in their lives through their family, through their friends, through people that may have just know them in an off chance. And the impact for that is let's see. I'm sorry, I lose myself in my mind and I forget where I'm going. And so I understand the ripple effect and the impact of people that are affected by this. Like if something happens to you, that your brother could have feel sorry for you or is in your corner for something to support you, and then their family and it all goes out and it affects everybody in a negative way. But there is a positive way as well. Ripple effects happen with positive things as well. And to give affirmation and productivity and to be part of a community is a good thing as well.
So one of the things that has been an issue, and one of the things you discussed a little bit, was emotional regulation. That ability to kind of regulate emotion, manage issues that come up. Describe the progress you feel like you made in that space.
I've made a lot of progress. I've identified my triggers, and when I identify a trigger, I ask for help. I go to my support system. I also I like to speak to a therapist when I can. If I can't, I go to a friend, someone that is part of my support system as well. I'll call my brother. I'll call my dad. I know I can always reach out to administration here. But that's one of the things my go-to is like when I'm feeling down or I feel frustrated, or maybe that I'm just not feeling in a correct way, I guess just feeling down or something. I know how to breathe. I go through the techniques that I was taught through, like anger management and critical thinking. PFA was a huge information gatherer for me. I know how to ask. I know how to ask for help now, and that's
Okay.
something I never knew how to do, and I'm not afraid to ask for help.
Okay. So give me an example of a couple of triggers for you.
Well, I've got through them, and these are the ones I'm working on. Sometimes I expect things from people that I myself would do, such as, like, I expect when a person walks by me or in between a conversation to say excuse me or be polite, considerate, like I'm talking to somebody. And sometimes that's one of the things that doesn't happen here. And I'll either ignore it, I'll talk to my friend about it, or if I know the person, I'll usually go over to him and discuss it with them and let them know, hey, that was kind of, that was rude to walk through while I was talking. And I like to discuss things. I like to talk about it. And that's one of my go-tos first.
So, talk about your expectations around the outcome of this hearing. What do you expect?
That's just it. I don't expect anything anymore. That's the practice that I'm part of, is I can't expect anything to go my way. I can't expect anything to move forward. I can only hope that I've done and I am doing positive things to keep moving forward, to keep being a better person. There's nothing that I can't do. I can keep moving forward. I can keep having positive impact on people. I can be part of I can be part of a community in a great way. I can help people, and young people and old people. I don't expect them, and I don't expect you to just know me after what I've said. I don't expect that. I can only hope that you can see that I'm progressing and I've done the best that I can. And the things that I used to do to the things that I do now is in a positive way. And I never want to be that person that I was, 15, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. I'm not part of that life anymore. I care about people. I see people as they are. And I think that everybody needs to have someone in a support. And I don't have any expectations. I just hope that you see who I am and how I am now.
So the last question for me, and then I'll open it up to other board members here, but just, you walked us through kind of the history of your incarceration and some of the times when you gained insight and progress and how you went about doing that. Let me ask the question about expectations differently. Based on what you've done, what do you feel you deserve?
Okay, let me, I guess I'm not understanding. I don't think I deserve anything. I don't expect anything. I don't deserve anything. What I did was a horrible thing. I mean, I don't even know, like, all I can do, all I have control over in myself is to keep moving forward, like to be positive, to affirm people, to do the best that I can every day. I don't take anything personal. I don't assume. And with that, in the core values of PFA, I I can't expect anything. I can't deserve anything in my mind. This is me. I'm moving forward. I'm doing the best that I can every day, and I'm gonna do a positive thing every day. I guess I'm not understanding the deserve factor, like as if I deserve anything in life.
I was just asking a question. I appreciate the response.
Okay?
With that, I'm going to
sorry.
open it up to, no, it's okay. I'm going to open it up to others for questions.
Well, if I could, Mr. Chambers, I did just want to follow up to something you said to the commissioner when he asked about your triggers. And you gave the example of, like, if you're talking to somebody, you might just be interrupted, and it happens there all the time. And then you talked about what you do about it. And you said a couple things, and one of them was, if I know the person, I might go over and have a conversation. And I just wondered, why is that a trigger? I mean, it sounds like you have a pretty good way of handling something that bothers you. So does it trigger something else in you?
For the first, I'd say 20 years of doing, before I realized I needed to change myself. A lot of the prison, I guess, politics, you can say, is like respect and expectation and doing the things that other people are doing, whether to the what's expected of you in a respectful way, I guess. And yeah, for living my life in prison for as long as I have, truthfully, I think that those are the triggers that I'm continually working on. One, I expect a person to say, excuse me, but they're not going to do that. And that's okay. There's certain aspects I can go to, and like you said, I'll talk to them. I'll talk to my friend about it. I'll keep moving forward. This is stuff that I guess I would say this is my life. I continually work and being in another expectation, or not even an expectation, but a trigger for me is to be in a crowded room. It's difficult for me, but I'm working on it. And I do the things that were taught to me through the programs, through PFA, through my mentors in general, to breathe and just take a step back. There's nothing is too serious. And it's relieving. And this is how I work through these triggers and progress.
It sounds like PFA has had a huge influence on you. Is that right?
It was incredible. Yes, the environment there was amazing. And I knew I could ask for help if I didn't understand. And I talked to the counselor so many times. They helped me. They helped me with my close relationship with God, and I'm grateful. I'm blessed for having that PFA in my life.
So you said had. So are you no longer a part of PFA?
Oh, I actually am. I forgot to mention is that I'm what do they call it? I'm an advocate, I guess, for PFA Lino. I'm a representative for the people here that are wanting to get into it. I answer questions. I help them fill out applications. I also talk amongst them while the PFA director, Chris Salmon, comes, and I'm able to tell them about it and how it changed me and how it's going to change them. And I really enjoy that.
Have you thought about, as you keep trying to do your best and hopefully someday you'll be in the community, how are you going to fill that when you're no longer in prison?
Well, I've been accepted to Freedom Works halfway house through their discipleship program. They have like Bible studies, and they have classes to be closer to God. They also have volunteer mentorship, stuff like that. And I believe there's a few of the classes that I would want to find out more about, which is like a lifer group out in Lino Lakes under Dan Kane. I know they come in and they talk to the people that are in Lino Lakes, and I know I can well, let's see. I like to tell you first is that when I'm out there, I like to be established first in a routine. The way my mind works is I have to have like a little bit of order. I list my goals where I can check them off and completion and stuff. And once I establish maybe 3 to 6 months out there in the halfway house, I know I can, through Freedom Works, be able to talk with young people or old people or volunteer. And I think that I would really like to be involved in something like that. For people to come in at a young age or repeatedly, I feel like they just need to know what I've been through, or how I can ask for help, or how they can do it, or give them some motivation, some positive affirmation of like, this is not the end of the world. You can keep going. You can change. You can be better. And yeah.
So just one last question. I think I read in 2023, you quit Lifer Group because it wasn't required, but I noted you want to speak at it, and then you just mentioned you'd like to get into it, into Dan Kane's. So where are you at with Lifer Group?
Well, in 2023, I had that 27-year hearing, and my understanding, and I misunderstood, one of the directives after that, it wasn't Lifer Group anymore. So in my understanding is, okay, I achieved this part in my life, I can move forward to the new directives. And that's why I stopped going to Lifer Group. Now, even though I stopped, behind the scenes, I was giving information to the inmates there about the Social Security cards and the ID, and how to get those through certain addresses. And I was also one of the main figures to get the pre-release adult books for each of the inmates that were going to Lifer Group. I was still working with one of the counselors there, and she's now moved to Rush City, but I was working with them. I always enjoyed when we had the minimum people and the people that were already on the streets come in and tell us about like what it was like out there, what the people, like your parole agents, are expecting from you, how it is, how they go through like certain triggers that they have and stuff out there. And I thought that was really eye-opening. That's why I want to be part of Dan Kane's Lifer Group. And also, one of the cool things about the Lifer Group that was in Medium that I liked is that they have the juveniles across the street, and they would come in and they would see how it is. And I was able to speak to them on a, not only in Lifer Group, but when they turned 18 and came into Lino. And I still speak to a few of them that I know here that came from there. And,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions?
Really appreciate what you've said and how you've presented that information to us. I'd like to go back to the issue of ripple effects. Now, there's a ripple effect with an E, which is sort of, how my triggers hits your triggers might be one way I can describe that. There's also ripple effect with an A, how murder engenders a broad range of feelings, particularly negative feelings, and a big range of questions as to when is it no longer a risk for a person to be released, okay? I would put that fear sort of under the affect response. What's been your opportunity to address the negative reactions? I think being on this board, I've seen very positive and very, very negative reactions to somebody in your position being released. What's your experience and what's maybe skills or confidence do you have to impact or to interact or to address the negative reactions that I believe can be out there?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think there are going to be a lot of hurt people out there, and they will judge me. And judge me for what I've done, and judge me for who, that I'm a prisoner, that I came out of prison for doing such a horrible crime. I understand these people that will have these feelings, and I can only do my best and control what I can do is be a positive influence in their community. Get to know me. I'm not, I care. I really care for other people. And one of the things that I learned in the restorative justice and houses of healing is that I have control over myself. I have control over the people that I can influence, like in a positive way. And one of the things is through like the PFA. I know I go back to that a lot, and it meant so much to me, is the core values of, affirming productivity, community, responsibility, integrity. And I just think that if I can be a part of a community and really affirm people and let them get to know me, I believe that anyone can be forgiven in their life. I believe people can get to know a person and have a positive reaction with them. But I do understand those people. There are going to be people out there that are going to be hateful, and I'm sorry for that. I can only do my best.
I appreciate your response and your effort and your direction there very much. In a recommendation, what could you be doing, or what would the Department of Corrections offer to increase those opportunities and those skills to deal with maybe a lot of the adverse emotions that may be out there around your charge and your release? Anything left that you'd like to work on?
I definitely want to continue therapy. That is a to have a pastor or a mentor in my life is gonna do considerable. That's gonna be great for me to start opening myself up to the community through an ICWIT program where I can see and adapt to more more open areas, to be part of transitions. I love transitions. They've shown me a lot of things about like what's expected of me out there, financial and budgeting, AI, how to pump gas. You know, it's just it's crazy to think how much it's changed. And transitions is huge for me. And that and having the support system that I have, I think I believe that I'll be good at going to the next step. You know, let me prove to you that I am a great person, that I can do this. I mean, let me prove to myself that I can do this. You know, I just need that next, I don't know.
You've
I
shown
just-
a lot. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, I just want to be good. I just want to be better. You know, I just want to keep moving forward and doing like the right thing. And that's my wish. I think opening that up would be huge for me.
You've displayed to me many of the skills and strength that you're using, and I wish you the best as you continue. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Other questions?
Mr. Chambers, I'm assuming you had a chance to review your comprehensive risk assessment, same document that we have.
Yes.
So one of the items that I noted in there is it was down in the prognosis for success. Just looking for your insight on and I'll just read here real quickly. To ensure your long-term success in the community, future risk management should prioritize on three key areas. Fortifying your insight into your violence risk, including subtle emotional, social, or environmental factors, deepening your pro-social connections, and maintaining structured goal-oriented activities. Can you talk to me a little bit about that subtle social and environmental factors that may increase your risk? Like, so help me to understand that, or like when you hear that, what does that mean, and how has that maybe caused you problems in the past? Does my question make sense to you?
Yeah, I think the way I'm understanding it is like, these risks I feel are from my old life. I feel like just because I've done these in the past when I was growing up in prison, it should stick to me now, but I feel different. I mean, I told you about my spiritual awakening, my relationship with God, and it changed my mind. It changed my heart into things, and I see people as they are. I don't see people as like they used to be or they were or what they done. I see people as who they are now, how they act, and I give God a lot of myself because He's taught me so much, and I think that the risk question that you have is I can't see a negative on that the way I am now. I've learned how to process information. I know how to ask for help, and I'm not I'm not embarrassed about asking for help. If I need help, I need help. And I know, and I will. My motivation to have help through my support or through a therapist or through a friend or through administration or through anybody that will help me and give me the time for help. I'm not embarrassed to say that I will ask. I love other people's suggestions, and I self-reflect everything that I hear about, and I continually better myself for that. I don't, maybe ask me in a different way. I'm really trying to answer your question. I just don't see myself as a risk without having help.
Okay, well, so I will frame it a little bit different. And actually, it kind of goes into the recommendations. One of the things that was listed in the recommendations is that you have made progress in a tendency towards rigid black and white thinking.
Yeah.
So maybe I think they're one and the same, or there's certainly a lot of overlap. So the rigid black and white thinking, how has that created problems for you in the past? And what have you done to address that over the course of however long that's something that you've been
Okay.
working on?
Yeah, I do understand that. And in the past, yeah, I get what you're saying now. That's where my expectations came from, and in the past as well, is that I thought that it had to be one way and it couldn't be another way. And that was a negative for me. I like to tell you though, that I've found a way where my black and white thinking is a strength for me now. And I'll share it. This is, so my black and white thinking here is, I like to make lists, my accomplishments. I like to make lists of my goals and what I'm going through and where I'm moving forward. So when I get down to that list, I check, okay, that's achieved. Let's go to step 2. I do that, achieves, check. And that's how my black and white thinking is now. And because it's a positive, is because I prepare for each one of these steps. And if step 1 doesn't happen, well, there's always going to be a step 2 or a step 3 for me on paper where I've prepared for these. And say I exhaust all my steps and I don't have anything to look at anymore. Well, the way I've prepared for them gives me that motivation that I can prepare for more. And my support team and my mentors, anybody around me, that's where I can see where it's a strength now.
I have just one quick question thing to add. Mr. Chambers, I think there was a question about, and you mentioned how your mind works, about being on the autism spectrum.
Yes.
Has that been, is that a diagnosis that you've received?
That is not a diagnosis. Lindsay Golensrod had assessed me and wanted me to be assessed through Moose Lake. They did not do that. But I think we're all on the spectrum to one end.
Right.
But that's.
Yeah. Well, you might pursue that assessment, because a lot of what you're describing sounds like the autism spectrum, and just to understand your mind and how your mind works.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Right. No, I get that. And if there comes a time that I'm assessed and I can find a better way to move forward, I definitely, like I said, I'm always interested in bettering myself.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, I want to turn to your brother at this time and just provide him the floor and ask him to describe the changes he's seen over the course of time in you.
Yeah, thank you. I wrote some stuff down. With your permission, I'll probably read through some of it. Being Tim's advocate, I feel maybe it's important to kind of give you a little bit of background on me. I grew up in Southern California. I got my bachelor's degree in business administration and human resources management through California Polytechnic University in California. I started working for Snap-on Tools. I don't know if you know what that is, but back in 2000, and I'm still affiliated with Snap-on now. But about 10 years ago, I moved from Southern California to Missouri, where I live with my wife and two high school aged stepchildren. I have two children of my own. They're in their 20s and married, and happy. And I've been with Snap-on now for about 26 years. And currently I own and operate 3 individual franchises of Snap-on. Kind of where I'd like to go with this is kind of start at the beginning a little bit, if I may. You know, when Tim was a teenager, he made a pretty bad decision that tragically changed the lives of so many good people. I'm truly sorry for their loss, and I know Tim is truly sorry also. For his actions, he is being held accountable through incarceration. And you know, when Tim first got incarcerated, he was young and scared and confused, and you know, I know he had a rough time of it. After a few years or so, it took him, you know, to be able to settle in and acknowledge and accept that, you know, this was going to be a major majority part of his life. After the first few years, though, I did start seeing a little bit of a change in him. He started to mature, and I think he started to realize that he did have something good to offer to this world. He started to surround himself with different inmates that could really help him and mentor him and help him find his true self and become a better person all the way around. I remember how excited he was to tell me that he had found his way into religion. I think that really gave him the inner peace and guidance through the scriptures that he needed at the time to really make a change. And you know, from then on, his voice every time I talked to him on the phone had a little more spice in it. You know, he was a little more excited about life, a little bit more excited about everything that he talked about. And I think that was truly his first step in realizing that he still has a purpose. He still has something to offer to the outside world, and something that he can still make something of himself. You know, over the years, I know he's accomplished many growth achievements, and I know none of these are new to the members of the board, but these are a few of the things that stood out to him enough to be excited to tell me about. He expressed as some of the most important achievements on his road to his possible release. One of the first things was his completion of his GED and his education, and he was pretty excited to get going on to his associate's degree. And I know he has a handful of units already completed, and I know that is a big goal of his to continue and finish that and get his AA degree. He's also become an accomplished welder, and he's very passionate about that. He would tell me some stories about his welding, and you know, and I think that welding is a skill that is in pretty high demand. So I think that the opportunities, you know, upon his release there's going to be a lot of opportunity for him to apply what he's learned to get what we could call gainful employment, I guess. You know, Tim's also had other job positions in the different facilities that he's been to. And I think that really demonstrated to me his desire to be part of a workforce and to be, you know, part of something productive. I know Tim put countless hours into preparation for today in this hearing, and you know, the things that I've done to prepare myself for this as well, prepare for it as a whole is, you know, when we first started these hearings, I think we decided between him and our father and our sister that upon his release, the plan would be for him to come live with me and my family in Missouri. I live in a smaller kind of community that would be a little less crazy, if I could say, in today's world. And I to come to live with us. I live on 5 acres. I live in a home. We have 2 spare bedrooms. And I've also built a big shop for my business on the property. And when I built the shop with this in mind, I made sure that we had all the appropriate hookups and utilities installed so that we could put a trailer home or something, a trailer house next to the shop, if that was ever an option for Tim to come and live in as well. After his release, I plan on having him come work for me in the family business. I think also with my years and the relationships that I've built in the automotive and fabrication industries, I really think that we could find a place for Tim to apply his welding skills and really hone them and become better. As he said, he always wants to be better. And I do have some relationships that I think would definitely help him out in that respect as well. To address some of the other, I know some of the questions that you asked Tim, I actually have some of these kind of same ideas. My family and I are members of the Methodist Church, where they preach an open table for all, regardless of past or present situations. And I know that that Tim would be welcomed into that community as well. And that church really has made a name for itself in its volunteer programs throughout the community. And as far as volunteer work goes, where I live, we have major hubs for the Habitat for Humanity project, as well as Convoy of Hope. Both of those places are very eager to welcome in new volunteers to help with their programs and everything. And I really feel that keeping Tim active in the community through volunteer work is going to help him kind of deal with some of maybe his anxieties and things that he may have. I mean, coming out into the outside world, I really think that that's going to help him grow as a person and help him develop more skills that he's going to need in the outside world here. Tim's always expressed his remorse for his actions, and he is being held accountable for his actions, through his incarceration. I've always believed that a correctional facility is a facility that not only punishes individuals for their wrongdoings, but also provides those same individuals opportunities and programs to rehabilitate and to learn how to be contributing members of society. And I believe that over the many years, being incarcerated and participating in many of these programs, that Tim has kind of proven his desire and ability to be a better person and to take control and responsibility for his own actions in his own life. With all the support that we would give, our father has pledged financial support if needed, the physical support of me and my family and my business, to bring him into that environment. Also the support of our sister and our many extended family and members and friends. There's an unlimited amount of resources, I believe, that Tim could utilize, emotional and social support from our church and community. And I really believe if given the chance, through the programs that he's already done and the progress he's made, if given the chance, I think Tim can be that contributing member of society, that he's worked so hard to be. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here and be his advocate. I really hope that things go the way they're meant to go, and I'm just happy to be here in support of my brother.
Thank you, and thank you so much for being here. I just want to ask one other question, and I just because looked at it the other day, and I wanted to ask about the incident that had occurred back in, I think, late June of 24. I think there was there was a disciplinary incident involving some bed check or something like that. Can you talk about what happened there?
In Moose Lake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or, yeah, yeah.
Well, let's see. I was covering my head during a count because of the lights, and I have a sensitivity to light, and I was kind of nudged with one of the guards, and she had been harassing me and kind of she was harassing me over my medical stuff a lot and telling other people about them. And when she nudged me, I reacted. Actually, I think I reacted in a positive way because one, I didn't rashly or jump up impulsively and accuse her. I went through the chain of command here, and they wanted me to sign for something that I didn't believe I did, and I felt like I was being looked at in a negative view when I was just asking for help for this. And they gave me segregation time, and I did 10 days, and they didn't believe in what I had told them. I got out, and I just kept rolling the ball forward and going back to how I can be better.
Thank you.
I just have to follow up on that because I was thinking too that none of us had asked you about that discipline. But what we read, and I'm sure you read it too, is you thought she touched you, or you said she did, the staff, but the
Right.
videos showed that did not happen. So I'm confused about where the truth lies.
Well, the situation in that room was the camera was at her back, and it happened so quickly that I thought she nudged my arm, and I was really surprised and kind of triggered that an officer that has been harassing me would physically touch me in a certain way, and again, they didn't believe me. They didn't have the right camera angle or whatever it was. Maybe I didn't explain it the way I thought I was trying to explain it as. And I didn't let that negative effect bring me down. I just kept, I did the time, and I came out, and I started with moving forward again and trying to keep continuing my momentum. I don't take her personal. I don't take what she did personal. I don't know why she did what she did.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chambers, before the board begins discussion and deliberation about next steps, I want to briefly open the floor to you for any final comment.
I just want to express my heartfelt apology to the community and the people that knew Officer John Leavonne, and that I'm sorry for my actions, and I move every day to be better, and I hope I get the opportunity to prove to all of you and a new community how positive I can be and helpful I can be. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. At this time, I'm going to close this portion of the discussion. During board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would open this to the board for discussion of next steps.
Well, I'll just start the discussion. I do think, I don't think I think he blew off a little bit, not significant stuff, but the black and white thinking, the rigidity has led to frustration on his part, and he really doesn't acknowledge that. So I think it'd be important that he continue with mental health and really take a look at what could be autism and how he can better deal with some of that. With that said, I personally, I would deny parole and recommend that he move to minimum.
So that's a motion, right?
That's a motion.
That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion. So I'll just say that I too concerned about the level of rigidity and some of the trigger stuff that may in fact speak to some of the need for some assessment of, if he does land on the spectrum and how he thinks about and processes information and those sorts of things, which may be beneficial to him and to others. I will just say this, that I believe that he does need to be further tested, that his ability to manage change is going to be one of the things that I think is to me a serious consideration, and I would like to test that in the most controlled way possible. And I would actually feel better about, he had talked about going to Lino minimum. I would actually be more in favor of a move to Faribault medium. Again, to test his ability to manage a transition, to put him in a place where he spends a year or so to do some education work, some vocational stuff, whatever that looks like, and then a move back to Lino. And again, it's all about, for me, pushing up against the rigidity and seeing how he manages that. Again, I recognize that there's a motion on the table. This is just, I'm laying this out there as a discussion item. Any other thoughts?
I echo those sentiments. It was, even within the comprehensive assessment, what I took from it is the need to kind of test the ability to manage change. I think even the disciplinary incident that was referenced, if I understood correctly, that occurred shortly after a move to a new facility. And I think that just speaks to the need to test that, and not only test it, but develop it further in the event that is still an area that needs some additional development. And that's not to minimize the work that's occurred, but that's a little bit where I'm at as well.
The point of difference right now is movement to minimum or movement to medium. I'd like to hear a little bit more, if possible, what are the advantages or what's offering both of those opportunities, with what minimum work release would be next step or close. What does Faribault have that has not been provided or available to date? I understand and see the concerns both ways, but help me see the opportunities.
Well, I think for me, it's just, it is about the move to a different environment, which, to be frank, I think what I hear from Mr. Chambers is that Lino is a comfortable place. And discomfort is a part of the change, is a part of the transition process here. I think, you know, Faribault would offer access to education, higher education, much more broadly. I think you would see the opportunities around some of the vocational opportunities there. You know, continued efforts around the RJ side. And, you know, I think his ability, you know, to continue to do follow-up stuff on the mental health side would be available wherever. I do like that idea of having a better understanding of the thinking side of this. I do think that there's something to be said for that. I don't know enough about how that happens or what that looks like. But I do think that makes a lot of sense. I'm just concerned that, you know, the move to minimum is a different kind of a test. And, you know, I just feel like there's in a more controlled environment, again, it's just my feeling. It's not anything else. And, you know, I have in the past done this where the moves were not down, they were across, and in an effort to just see how people have managed that. So that's just my thinking.
My priority right now is move. See the adjustment there. Opportunity for assessment, opportunity for further therapy. He's in medium now at Moose Lake. And I guess, yeah, from a little bit that I have right now, there seems to be more of an opportunity or a challenge with Faribault as being a new place than there is with Lino.
Yeah,
But as long as I think the assessment and the therapy is essential.
I don't disagree with the move to medium at all as we're talking. So I'd withdraw that. The thing that I liked was an eventual release plan, because I think it's a good release plan. He leaves here, he goes to Missouri. He's in a less, I think, stressful environment, but I guess not without more information.
Yeah.
So I don't know where you're at. I'd withdraw my.
What time frame are you imagining then? Like a year at Faribault, a year at Lino, and then out? Kind of an idea if everything goes great.
Well, so I mean, I would like to, I would not go to the out, I would want to have come back before the board before that kind of a decision was made. I could see a move being made to Faribault for a year. Then this is all about, for me, I'm just thinking about like, how do you hit this, and how do we see how he manages some level of perhaps more abrupt change? And I would be willing to do something like a year at Faribault, move to Lino medium, hit 6 months there, and then hit 6 months at a minimum, assuming everything goes well, and then come in before the board. And that could be a decision then about either it's through work release or depending upon what happens with that time and what insights. So you'd be looking at a 2-year continuance. But in that time, that would be what could happen depending upon his ability to manage that.
I appreciate
I would move that.
the defined steps in that. Yeah, 1 year. Appreciate that.
So I would move that. Is there a second?
I seconded. Yeah.
There's a motion and a second. Further discussion.
The commissioner, just for clarification, the move, or the potential, I should say, move to minimum, is that an automatic thing, or would you be looking at more a paper review prior to that? Just looking for clarification, because I know we've done kind of both of those sorts of options.
I mean, I think if, you know, I could certainly to do a paper review, just have a file review to make sure that, you know, that the expectations are being met. I know Becky's like, you're adding one more thing to the calendar here that we may not have time for, but
The only reason I make a point is the commissioner can make the decision for step down alone. He doesn't have to get the whole boards. And so that's why I gave him the
Options.
full board or you.
and let's just to be frank, because I won't be the commissioner at that time, and so I want to make sure that I'm honoring whatever comes next, whoever comes next in that. And I just, there will be a different commissioner at that time. So I guess it would, coming back to the board would be make some sense, because I think you have some history then.
I would, that's kind of where I was wondering too. I wonder if it would make some sense to have kind of that paper review, because you won't be the commissioner at the time. So I don't know. Those are just my thoughts.
I don't think that that's a huge factor. So I would include that then, just that we would do that at that like 18 months out kind of thing, or a paper review prior to any move to minimum custody. Obviously, the expectation would be that he remain discipline free during the course of this, and be an active participant in any and all available pro-social programming that could serve his end. And one of the things I heard loud and clear from Mr. Chambers was this desire to be a demonstrative leader, and this is an opportunity for him to show that. So I would certainly encourage that as part of this as well. But
So just clarification.
yes,
Deny parole, move to Faribault, medium for 2 years.
1 year.
1 year, but he comes back here in 2 years, so he automatically moves to minimum after one.
no. So he would be 1 year transfer to Faribault 1 year, and then go back to Lionel medium. So it's a lateral transfer to the medium for 6 months. That's when the file review would take place. At that, it's just where the board would take a look at, is everything progressing? Have we seen what we're seeing? Is there any issues that come up? And assuming there isn't, then he would go to minimum at that time.
So why would he move back to medium? He'd move to Faribault, then he'd move back, and then we'd review.
Yeah, I think it's just, again, it's just that it's that transfer. It's again, being connected with new people like therapists and caseworkers, and it's just about that transition experience and pushing up against some of the rigidity side. So
Yeah.
that's the method to the madness.
So in order to put this in front of a commissioner and the board, I would like to include something to not only assess the opportunity for step down, but to assess the reason we're having them go for more therapy testing, whatever that looks like for the possible mental health therapy
In terms
assessment
at that
recommendations
at
at
that
the paper
paper
review.
review. Yeah, that would be
Okay.
fine. Yeah, just to check in and see where that's at.
I just don't want that piece to get lost.
Put together.
All right. We have a motion. There is a second. Any further discussion? To the motion, Board Member Bray,
Yes.
Board Member Larson,
Yes.
Board Member Nelson,
Yes.
Board Member Strufert,
Yes.
and Schnell votes yes. Mr. Chambers, you've heard the discussion and you've heard the rationale about we want to test your ability to manage transition and push up against some of the black and white. And so to your point about taking black and white and creating goals and checking them off, as you think about the next couple of years, that's going to be important for you to use the strength side of the black and white as you identified it to manage this time. Do you have any questions about what's in front of you or what's expected?
Well, thank you for your decision and your consideration. And I will do the best I can to prove to you that I am ready.
Thank you.
That's all.
Okay. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're transitioning to February one. Take a quick break. Yep, absolutely. Mr. Vang, can you hear us there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll just we're gonna take a quick break here to give people a chance to use the facilities and so forth, and we'll be right with you, okay?
All right.
So we can mute.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release in the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Fong Vang, who's participating through live stream video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Faribault. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Andrew Larson, Don Strufert, Christine Bray, and Jody Nelson. Our records indicate that on February 3rd of 2005 at 10:08 p.m., Columbia Heights Police were dispatched to Jimmy's Pool Hall in Anoka County on a report of gunshots fired, and that approximately 20 individuals of Asian descent were fighting outside the pool hall. Fong Vang and several other members of the Masters of Destruction gang caused the death of at least 2 individuals and injured at least 4 others. On November 7th of 2006, Fong Vang was sentenced in Anoka County District Court to 346 months for second-degree murder and 180 months for attempted first-degree murder. Due to new legislation regarding individuals who were juveniles at the time of their offense, Fong Vang now has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board after serving a minimum of 20 years incarceration. On March 25th of 2025, Mr. Vang was reviewed by the board and was continued for a future review by the board in 1 year. Today's review represents his second review after serving approximately 21 years of incarceration. His original confinement release date was September 21st of 2034. Given the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Vang is eligible to be considered for release as of February 21st of 2025. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fong. How are you today?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. So you've been through this. We went through this a little bit last year. So I'd like to just start out by asking you what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
I would like to see me transition further into my release.
Can you talk a little bit about the last year and what's gone on and what you've done and how things have gone?
Yes. First, I want to say thank you for everybody for being here. And I want to thank the board for letting me transition to Faribault. My time here has been very productive. I've utilized all the resources that I was available to for my success in transitioning into society. During that time that I came here, I enrolled into Aspen, which was the trade school. I am currently still enrolled there in the engineering, drafting, and design class. I have been actively attending religious services in Hmong Spiritual Group and Hmong Studies, which I am now co-facilitator for those 2 groups. I've been active in AA weekly. I've been trying to use all the resources that was available here in Faribault with me. And unfortunately, for my circumstances being my CRD date, some programs was not available to me. So I still was active in school and being productive and being productively active in my community, as in spiritual groups and AA. And I believe Miss Bonnie Borkey's report reflect a lot of the things that I have done, and I agree with her reports. One thing that I wish that did happen while I was here in Faribault was I wish that Faribault was more accommodating to my circumstances, but I utilize as much as I can to stay productive in my year here. So with that, I think if you guys have any other questions, I'll be open to answer.
What circumstances do you wish that you could have addressed that you didn't?
So I've applied for a lot of groups. Here's a few programs that I try to get into, but was denied because of my CRD, Teen Challenge, CBI, which is Cognitive Behavioral Intervention, Thinking for Change, Decision Points, financial classes, peer recovery training, mental aid training. I applied to live in ELU here, and I tried multiple times to achieve my recommended mandate for treatment multiple times.
And there was an updated assessment, was there not?
Yes, sir.
So outpatient. All right. That's something we can help with. Easier, much easier. So can you talk a little bit about what you would like to see happen going forward? If you could write your ticket, what would it look like going forward?
For short term, I would like to see myself and the board have me transition down to minimum. I know that Faribault has a treatment program that's available, and I am willing to attend that program, which is I think it's called New Beginnings out here in Faribault. And then from there on, I would complete treatment. I would like to pursue ICWIC if it's available, or whatever job opportunities I have out there. I did have an interview for employee, but unfortunately it was canceled due to facility lockdown. And I have no idea when that would be rescheduled. So that would be one of the other programs that I would be trying to pursue also. For short term, that would be my goals.
And then longer term, what does that look like?
Longer term would be as for transition would be, I guess, would be at the mercy of the board to see how you guys would like to see me transition into society. But I do have living arrangements that it's available upon my release. I'm willing to transition into society as fit.
All right.
Diploma for mechanical drafting.
Okay. When will you be done with that program you're in, the drafting program you're in now?
Yes, the program varies because of self assessment and like facility movements and so on and so forth. So there's not really a timeline that I could give you that I could actually solidly give you guys of me getting a diploma in that class.
Sounds like you're good at it.
Yeah, I really like it. It's real interesting, and I'm doing everything I can in the class to get the best grades that I can.
And
Wow.
if do you have any sense at all about like what your timeline would be for completion of that?
Like I said, it varies because it's
Some of it's out of
self-paced.
your control, right? Some of it's
Yeah,
not. Yeah.
it's self-paced. Also with facility, me scheduling due to lockdown or whatever that may happen. But I can't really say.
Great. All right. I guess I would open it up to others for questions that they may have for Mr. Fong.
Mr. Vang, I was at your last hearing a year ago, and the commissioner asked you to bring a piece of artwork that would demonstrate your change over time.
Yes. I actually do have that. I'm sorry, I did complete that, and I did bring it. So I forgot to mention. So I tried to get my caseworker to send it in to you guys so you guys could have it there to display it wherever you guys may see fit. But unfortunately that didn't happen.
We'll
But
get it. We'll get the warden to get it to you.
Yeah. But I do have it here. It's two pieces
All
put
right.
together. I don't know if you'll be able to see it clearly.
So can you walk us through it? Like what is it demonstrate? What does it display?
Okay. So in the beginning, so this is the piece right here in the beginning. I have here a mallet. So basically I have it starting from my first incarceration date. So once the mallet was basically hit, I started my time. And the reason why I picked black and white in the beginning, it was a pretty dark time, you can say, going through hard times or whatever. And it just transitions into things that I've done while I was incarcerated. License plate, which indicates that I used to work at the license plate in St. Cloud. Calendars that went by while I've been incarcerated, and there's a piece of wall here, which unfortunately I did a lot of time saying and staring at the wall, doing nothing until I realized that I like doing art, and I utilize my time more in art. So I have paintbrushes here, and the walls transitions into puzzle pieces, which identifies me trying to put my life back together and trying to self improve myself. And then that's what this one continues up to this, which leads to more puzzle pieces and connection of me putting somewhat my life back together into participating in programs, which indicates my certificate I have drawn here, and
What does
I
that
put
say
in-
what does that say on the bottom and
right here.
yeah, I'm old,
So
so,
these are just written like certificate of completion.
okay, yeah, things
This
that
is
you've
just
accomplished.
designs of certificates I have when achieved. And it transitions into a phoenix, which identifies as a rebirth of something new, which I'm working on being a new person and transitioning into living a better life. And this here are steps for further future, because I still have a lot of work on myself, and there's a lot of goals other than getting released that I want to achieve. And this right here, I written out in my language. It says yeah, share. It means active hope. So that's just to remind me that uh not just to have hope, but to be active in your hopeful goals, and not just to let it happen to you, but utilize what you can to achieve it. And
That's very cool.
yeah. So that's
So we'll get that and have the staff there get it to the warden, and she can get it here, and we'll get it framed up. Now, one other assignment here that you have to do though is it has to be signed, right? Is it signed? So that you can sign it however you want. It's up to you.
yeah.
And then the other thing is just like a brief description of you don't have to go into the detail you just described, but just the journey from sentence to, just so that because we like to put a little description, because that way people can look at it and say, this is what this means to that artist. And and then we'll get it framed.
Okay,
Okay.
that works.
And we'll put it here at central office, and because it's meaningful. It's cool.
Thank
So,
you.
Thank you for doing that.
That was the best question.
If I may.
Yeah.
I appreciate that very much. Can you talk a little bit about others' reactions? Who have you been able to share that with, and what was the range of response to your fine work?
I really haven't shared it with anybody except for close friends that I've attend group with in my monk spiritual, and like I explained to them the reasoning why I'm doing this, and yeah, they like it. I have a good response, but not a lot of staff is here seeing it, so maybe quite a few that do room checks go in there and look, but no comments or reply on it.
I'm assuming your family has seen it, and what's been their response to it?
Oh, they love my art. In my book, there's actually quite a few pieces of artwork that I did submit, and yeah, they love my work. They encourage me to continue it, and yeah.
I guess I would like you to have more opportunities to share that on a broader spectrum. Where are you most comfortable doing that, or what steps might you encourage for that to happen?
I don't know how extent art program is here, but
Okay.
when I first got here, there was a art from inside program which I applied to, but unfortunately, I guess due to funding, they didn't have much available space for me. So most of the time I just do my own work in my own space, in an available time that I have.
Okay. And last question, how does this fit with your drafting or with the other program you're involved? Is there a connection, or does one feed the other, or are they two separate worlds?
No, I believe that they could be parallel to each other because engineering has to do with a lot of detail work, and artists is the same. So I believe that it tends to coincide with each other.
Good. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Vang, your artwork is really, really cool. Thank you for that. One of the
Thank
other
you.
recommendations we made the last time was to improve your release plan. Have you given that much thought?
My release plan is the same as the last one. Right now I'm just one step at a time, leaving anything to interpretation in case that there are other things that you guys are recommending me to accomplish for my success into reentry to society. But the major part of my release plan is my living situation, which I'm quite sure that it's pretty solid.
And could you remind me what it is,
My living situation.
please?
I'm planning to live with my brother Su Vang. He is living in South Minneapolis in a house, 2-bedroom house. It should be paid in full by this summer. So he's willing to accommodate me upon release.
How about money, finances?
Finances, I've done what I can to save. Unfortunately, right now, participating in education program, we are only paid 50 cents an hour. So that averaged up to $30 every 2 weeks. And I am saving what I can besides buying essential products. But I believe if you're asking if I am financially supported by my family, the answer is yes.
And I see you have 950 in savings, is that right?
All together in total, I have 1,000 in my savings, 500 in my gate fee, and a couple dollars in my spending, a few dollars. I'm not quite sure exactly.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Vang, so I see that you completed the apology letter and recently submitted that. What was that experience like for you? Like, what did you gain from that?
I took a lot of reflecting, writing that letter. It was kind of hard for me to go back to that day and reflect on it, but I think it helped me grow and accept that the things that I did that day, the day that my participation in committing those crimes, it's not yet accepted into the bank. So I probably maybe am like not mentally still redrafting everything in case it is not submitted, but I'm still working on it also just mentally if it was rejected.
Okay. So I guess a couple other questions. You, I think I read that you did get a disciplinary report about 1 month after our last hearing. What was that about?
Yes, unfortunately, the situation is I was in fracture for tampering with security device. So the facts are, not a lot of you guys are familiar with Stillwater, but in A East, they have breaker bars. And I was reported out of my cell before they released the breaker bars. And unfortunately, on my part, I had no idea that my door was not secure. So I went to say, upon video review, they found me not tampering with my door. It's just it was a normal day. I hear the breakers open and I check my door to come out. I wasn't being malicious. I came out and went to grab my laundry, came back to my cell, and helped my cellie open his door. And next thing I know, I'm being hauled to say.
Okay. Last question for me. So you mentioned your planned residences with a brother. Is that in a similar, is that the neighborhood that you grew up in and where the offense occurred?
The offense did not occur there, but it is my childhood home.
Okay. Do you have any concerns about going back to the same environment in which you were, with and I'll just be honest, gang involvement? I know you were big into that. I mean, any concerns about that potentially destabilizing or putting you in an environment that might take you down a bad road?
I would have to say I'm not concerned because I'm not in contact with anybody at that part of the period of time of my life anymore. And yeah. And I believe that having the support of my family and they're not involved with that kind of stuff would hold me accountable for if I stray or have those showings of signs of going towards that way.
So you mentioned your family support. So do you have, family support is fantastic and is very important. Do you have support outside of that? Do you have a broader support
Yes.
network?
So that was one of the concerns that the risk assessment pointed out our last hearing. And I've worked on having outside resources besides my family. And I do have peer recovery resources, religious resources that I could reach out to get help if anything occurs. And there's a couple of group that interest me that has weekly meetings that I would be interested in attending.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Can you speak a little bit more about your participation in your spiritual and religious activities? And it sounds like you've initiated or you're keeping it going, but could you help me understand that better and your part in it and what it provides?
Yes. Upon my arrival here, I realized that they have a Hmong spiritual and Hmong study group, which were not available at the other facilities that I was at. So I took the opportunity to attend. It showed me how to be more accountable and be more enlightened with the higher power that we use. And when the availability of me becoming a co-facilitator arise, I stepped up and took the opportunity to attend those religious services. I really respect my facilitator. He's teaching me a lot. Even though we do not have a volunteer supporter, there's a lot of guys here that has experience with our religious background, and it's just being passed down to us, and we learning as whatever the teaching that is taught to them, and we try to keep it very let's say really light, because we don't have a resource who actually comes in and give us the real deal. So I think but it still helps from learning what the guys taught me, and now remembering when I was a child of how things were really really, it's a real connection that I'm getting back into.
So it's a connection with culture that was apparent earlier and away for a while and now returning to it is what I'm understanding.
Yes, sir.
And it's sort of you guys are working on your own.
Yeah.
I commend that very well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Mr. Fong, before the board begins discussion and deliberation about next steps, I want to briefly open the floor to you for any final comment.
I just like to thank you guys for today. I know that whatever decisions or next steps that you guys are gonna give me would help me. So I am accepting whatever decisions that may be handed down to me. I will continue to use whatever resources that I have to be productive and hopefully transition back to society in due time. And thank you again.
Thank you. And with that, I will close this discussion. During board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would open this to a board discussion of next steps.
So I have a question. It looks like New Dimensions is the program, the outpatient program. How long is that? At least a year, from what I've read.
That's my understanding, but it's also depends on how they do.
Right.
So it could be shorter if they, could be 9 months or something, is my understanding.
Okay.
But typically a year, yeah.
And he's not getting into it currently because of his CRD?
Yeah, we can shift that. We'll address some of this. That should not be the case. When there's been direction set by the board, there should be prioritization of that. And so we'll address that. But as it relates to, him, we'll get him prioritized into, he's an extended outpatient treatment recommendation, so he could do that minimum custody treatment program and going through that route. We can make sure that happens right away.
Okay.
Anyone want to launch a proposal here by way of a motion?
I was really interested in what you might propose.
Yeah, okay. Because I'm going to be gone.
Yeah, I'd like to hear what you think.
All right, so I'll so here's the one thing that the caveat that I'm just a little tentative about, and because there's a part of me I would like to see what this program is that he's in to get that certificate. I mean, it's something that he's good at, he likes, and I hate to I don't. Let me just break this. Mr. Fong, do you know what program is that, or who offers that? You know, that drafting design program. What's that through?
So it's through the education department with
Okay.
Aspen. My
Oh.
teacher is Dan Kangas.
Okay. All right. Aspen, did you say Aspen?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So I'd like to have learned, it would be nice to kind of know, because I'd love to see him have that credential, and yet I also don't want to keep him from accessing, treatment and some of those sorts of things either. So we could work with the team there to see what that looks like. Again, I wouldn't necessarily I wouldn't want to hold up his ability to transition to minimum for that, but so I guess here's what I would propose. We'll do some, we'll have some discussions with education about that, but I'm going to do something a little awkward here, which is not atypical, but
You're not going to be here. Why not?
yeah, no. So I'm going to recommend a denial of parole with a continuance. Well, I'll come back to continuance. I'll talk about the timing here. I'd like to recommend that there would be phase one would be 14 months, and that's a couple months where he's had to see what we can do with this education program, and then move him to minimum for a year. That would allow him to do his treatment, be in minimum custody, to ICWIC, some of those sorts of things. And then I would, just to keep the ball rolling, I would, assuming everything, he meets all the conditions, and I'd love to see him try to do a COG program in the midst of this somehow. And I think that could be done as part, it will be built into some of the treatment side too. They're doing COG skills. But then assuming that conditioned upon him being successful through that process at 14 months, transition him to work release for 6 months, and then be seen by the board, and the board can make a determination at that point in time, either to give a date, extend, work release, whatever that looks like for a transition. But what it does is it provides him with a pathway through to that, and keeps him on the right trajectory. I would add that I would like to see him deepen, especially now that he would know that he has what the pathway could look like. Deepen some of those outside supports, whether that is through some faith community stuff. Be more specific about like the who's and the what's. And there's a lot of programs and places out there that can be and serve in that support capacity. And obviously remain discipline free, and fortunately we don't have those bars at Faribault, so that won't get you jammed up there. And go from there. I guess that's what I would recommend. Yeah.
I missed something, I think. 14 months, finish the drafting education stuff.
So it's really 14 months. I'm actually kind of, and if it ends up being like it's going to take 90 days to get education done, or 120, that's fine. It can go into that 14 months. It's that I'd like to see if possible for him to get that education thing done, if possible, and we can talk with them, and then transition him. But it's 14 months total in that, and then he that's his minimum custody and this education thing, and then assuming everything's good, he transitions to work release for 6 months, then he's seen by the board and the board can choose to do what they do with him at that stage of the game, assuming everything is good.
14 months maximum or 14 months required? That's where,
Continued for 14 months,
say again?
continued for 14 months.
It's actually 20 months if you,
Yeah, for him to finish the education, do minimum,
Okay,
and then 6 months on work release. So
gotcha.
20.
Okay, okay.
20 total months.
Thank you.
Are there other things that you all, well, first, so that's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and there's a second. Further discussion? All right, to the motion, Board Member Bray,
Yes.
Board Member Larson,
Yep. Yes.
Board Member Nelson,
Yes.
Board Member Strufert,
Yes,
and Schnell votes yes. Mr. Fong, you see the pathway here?
Yes, sir.
And that sounds good,
Yes.
workable, and you're gonna like dig in and do what you can here?
Yes, I'm gonna continue my schooling. I'm not quite sure on the timeline on it.
Yeah,
Like I said,
we'll figure, well, I don't know either, but we'll help see what we can do to facilitate and work to figure that out a little bit, but you kind of know that, you know, you have that education program, you have minimum, and you have work release in this mix.
yes, sir.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you for doing that artwork. I really appreciate it. I think it's a cool story, like the way you told it and the way it illustrates
Thank
the
you.
journey. And I applaud you for the work you've done. And I also really deeply, what I deeply appreciate about you is the recognition, and this was even reflected in the art, that the work's not done. It's not over. It's not over at release. And there's a wisdom in that, I think, that, you know, being part of this older group sitting at this table, I think you come to the recognition that that work is never done. So good for you,
Thank you.
right? Take care. Good luck.
All right.
Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we need just a minute to get hooked up with mine. Take a quick break.
Oh, Chris isn't back. Oh, I'm sorry.
Everyone, Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Leavonne Johnson, who is participating through live stream video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Lino Lakes. Mr. Johnson also has his advocate participating today. Rachel, is it Ramist?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. I was hoping I was remembering correctly. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Andrew Larson, Don Strufert, Chris Bray, and Jody Nelson. Our records indicate that on October 21st, 1995, at approximately 10 p.m., St. Paul police were dispatched to the area of 645 LaFond on a report of a shooting. Police discovered 2 people lying on the front seat of a vehicle and that had been shot. The victim, Bing Zhang, the driver, suffered a gunshot wound to the neck, resulting in him being paralyzed from his neck down. The other victim, Mary Yang, was deceased. Further investigation revealed that Leavonne Johnson was the shooter. It should be noted that there were several youth in the vehicle with Mary and Bing. On May 20th of 1996, Leavonne Johnson was sentenced to a life sentence, a 30-year minimum for murder first degree, premeditated in Ramsey County District Court for the death of Mary Yang. Johnson was also sentenced to a consecutive sentence of 180 months or 15 years for attempted first-degree murder of Bing Zhang. Due to legislation regarding individuals who were juveniles at the time of their offense, Leavonne Johnson now has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board after serving a minimum of 20 years of incarceration. Leavonne Johnson was previously reviewed by a commissioner in his advisory panel. At his second review, he was granted constructive parole on the 30-year parole eligibility date of the life sentence to begin his consecutive sentence on March 28th of 25. Today's review represents his third review and first by the Supervised Release Board after serving approximately 31 years of incarceration. One of these years on his consecutive 180-month sentence. His confinement release date on his consecutive attempted first-degree murder sentence was originally July 31st of 2034. Due to the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Johnson was eligible to be considered for release as of January 7th of 2016. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board.
Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson. How are you today?
Blessed.
All right. I want to start off, with the standard question, but I want to just take a moment off here, and I want to lay some context for this, because I just feel like it's important. As you may know, when there is a desire, people who were harmed in these offenses have the opportunity to meet with the board, and with permission of Bing, he was met with him today, and during the course of that conversation, we wanted to, he asked that we share a little bit of his reality. And I think, and I'll editorialize maybe a bit about that he's a man who I think has suffered a great deal, a loss of certainly somebody he cared about and that he saw a future with, and Mary. I think he also, has dealt with considerable challenges as a result of being paralyzed, has a life that has been challenging, small in some respects, because he requires 24-hour care and sometimes care that's hard to obtain and have. Has had a series of medical setbacks because of being paralyzed and being in a chair and trying to have as full life as possible. People can be subject to consequences from being in a chair, and yet, I think he talks about the fact that his life has been very hard, and I didn't get the sense that he wanted to share it as a way of causing a level of shame. In fact, I think one of the things that I find remarkable about him, I suspect he may be listening. I don't know that for certain, but I suspect he may. That what's stunning to me about him is that he has a pronounced and positive level of cheer despite the gravity of his condition, the levels of medical needs that he has, and the challenges that he's faced. He's a joyful person to talk to be honest. And during the course of this conversation, I think there is this struggle about the fact that as you face the prospect of a life beyond prison, I think he faces a life that is a level of imprisonment, not by his own doing. And again, I don't share this to bring on shame or anything else. You acknowledged in your letter the harm of this, and which I read and was struck by. And as I read your letter and then heard him talk about that experience, I was just struck by the notion of I think maybe what Don Struford sometimes refers to as the mix of horror and hope. My word, not always his, but that comes from these cases. And I wanted to open with that because it's heavy, I know. And at the same time, it is, it's a reality of the horror. And certainly what we've seen from you is, work that is a demonstration of hope. And so with that, I would just open the floor to you to talk about your thoughts relative to this.
So I'm just clear, my thoughts relative to what you just stated or this process?
No, just like what I just shared.
It kind of reminds me of the reflection that I try to do about the exact level of harm that I caused and the impact that I didn't know at the time would be what it is today. And to be honest with you, it was hard. It was hard to hear. It was hard to hear because I have to accept that I did that. If given the opportunity, I would love to just give an apology that I wasn't able to give or was willing to give at my hearing, my initial trial, if that's possible.
Yeah, and I mean, I certainly, you're talking about now or here or, yeah. I mean, the floor is yours. The floor is yours. I leave it at that.
Thank you. I would like to start by saying thank you for this opportunity to apologize for the immense pain, deep anguish, sorrow, and hurt that I've caused all impacted by my actions. The taking of the life of Mary Yang and life-altering injury I caused Bing Zhang. There is no excuse or reason that can erase my actions that October night. For shooting Bing Zhang and causing him to be paralyzed for these 30+ years, I'm sorry. For taking the life of Mary Yang, who was also Bing's fiance. I am sorry for the impact that such loss and pain has caused Mary's family, sister, and parents, as well as Bean's family and parents. I'm sorry. I am sorry for not giving anyone the opportunity to begin to heal by not taking responsibility 31 years ago. I was a coward and unable to understand the damage that denial could have on my victims, their families, or anyone impacted by my actions that night as well as that day in the courtroom. For these acts, I can never apologize enough, nor remove the feelings that anyone might rightfully feel. Yet I would like to, through this process, show that I'm not that child who thought through the lens of others and moved with the want of the approval or acceptance of others, as driven through my beliefs and value system then when I was a youth. I will never know nor pretend to act like I can understand the impact my actions upon anyone that was affected, be it those who were in the Hmong funeral home, members of the community, business owners, my immediate family, as well as those I've impacted and never knew. What I do know is the work that I've done and look to continue to do to not only making amends, but also ensure that such thinking or behaviors never happen again. I am ashamed of the person I was when I was a teenager, but I am focused on who I've become and seek to grow further as a kind and honest person who is committed to my feelings and a life of helping others to heal and work through their own trauma. I'm a person who has committed his life to being of service to my family as well as my community, wherever that may be. Yet I also know that I have to always look to improve upon the person I can be for myself, others, but most importantly, to those I've harmed the worst. Yeah. It's, if I was able to talk to Bing, and I know the last time we had a hearing, you had asked me would I be willing to do a VOD. I'm still willing to do such. I want to give him whatever he needs from me. I want to be able to take accountability and acknowledge, the harm and damage that I caused him, his family, and those that he cared about, more specifically Mary. I want to give him the opportunity to express, what he feels and what he might want to say to me, because I don't think I gave anyone that opportunity at my trial. I was living in a state of denial and still living within a sense of the value system, belief system that I had then.
I appreciate that, and it's certainly something we can talk to Mr. Zhang about. Certainly don't want to speak for him. But at the same time, when we had this conversation, he had, asked and offered and suggested that it was okay for us to share this with you. And at the same time, I do think it is. I do think there's an irony of around this whole notion of hope and positivity and seeing a way forward, and then recognizing the what's left behind. So I appreciate your willingness to be open to providing that opportunity for him or anyone else that was directly impacted to be able to have that kind of a conversation. Because as much as I feel for him and his circumstances, I also find him to be just a delightful person on the whole. So anyway, we can certainly explore that with you and go from there. So can you start, because we last saw each other and back in 25, and just talk a little bit about what's happened over the last 25 months.
Since we last met, I had the opportunity to complete the Atlantis behavioral treatment program. During that process, I completed the program, completed the outpatient program, and became a mentor for almost a year in that program. I am grateful for that opportunity. I believe that it gave me an opportunity to really learn more about myself and challenge some of my behaviors or thinking processes that I thought I had corrected. It gave me the space and the environment that I believe I needed to put some of the things I had learned previous to the test. And I'm definitely grateful for that. From that point, I also graduated the long-term offenders group and facilitated the, oh my goodness, Thinking for a Change class there with Mike Lucier. After that, I was able to transition to successfully to Moose Lake, where immediately, I would say 2 days in, became a part of the Building Character Committee and board there, where I also and eventually became the chairman of the board and helped to restructure some of the class structure and opportunities through building character that was provided within the institution. And they were having a staff shortage. So myself and my team, we put together opportunities to create events that due to staff shortage would be, you wouldn't have yard and recreation. So we created things that can be done within the community, within the units, and successfully did that with the education director and the captains. We came up with about 5 different concepts that can be done within the units, be it a cornhole tournament, spot shots, 3-on-3 competitions, board games, you know, a lot of different things for different people. We wanted to make sure that those who were physically able, as well as those who weren't as physically capable, had an opportunity to do different things. So we didn't want to have anybody feel like they were excluded. I went through the dog training program and became one of the lead trainers there, dealing with dogs who went through trauma and had to be transitioned from the trauma to a state of being able to be adopted. That was a great program for me. It was an opportunity for me to be in a space where I had to care for something or someone other than myself and have a different level of responsibility placed upon me. And I am so grateful for that opportunity. I was able to really show some emotions that you normally don't see within this type of environment, the kind of care, love, and concern for these animals, and attachment. You know, in these settings, you know, we're taught not to become attached to people or things. And, you know, through that process, it allowed me to show that attachment, feelings, you know, and things that just aren't allowed to be seen in this environment. And I felt like it humanized me in a way that I haven't been able to be or feel in a very long time. And I'm extremely grateful for it. I think also within that time period, I was able to, with a partner of mine, Sean Malbach, create a program called Let's Talk, which we formulated using a couple books from the Harvard project. And it's based around communication. One of the things I think within this community, but also outside of this community or environment, is the ability to properly communicate and express what it is that we feel or want in a conversation. And I think what we created was something that was so impactful that it became the talk of the community. Staff were speaking highly about it from interactions they were having in their unit with guys who were speaking about it. And it was really transformative and opened a door where we now were able to reach people on a different level. And that program now created lines of communication for staff and IPs who didn't normally communicate or segregated themselves. There was a level of vulnerability and intimacy within that setting that you don't find in this type of environment. And it's kind of crazy because those two terms were terms that guys just wouldn't use, vulnerability or intimacy. When you said those terms using in this environment, it meant something else. And guys kind of got, shied away from it. But to see guys take it on as a challenge and then open up. It was eye-opening. It was beautiful. I mean, just the best way I can put it. And to connect with people on a different level. I've now created bonds and friendships that I know will carry beyond this timeline and this environment for the rest of my life. From there, I transitioned to Lino Lakes Minimum, where I now work on the ICWIC program. Currently, I am the #1 on my crew lead on my crew number 4. And we do a lot of different things. I'm grateful to work with John. That's my crew boss. And he has helped instill in me different levels of responsibility and opportunity to learn. So I've worked with a lot of different heavy equipment, from chainsaws, pole saws, chippers, oh my goodness, standing lawnmowers, and just doing things within the community that, help people. Just yesterday I was at work and there was an issue where there was a clogged waterway in a sense, and it created an overflow in combined yards. And we just went and, pulled everything out of there. And the owner came out and was like, just grateful and showed appreciation, and just being able to do something like that and give that to someone else. It felt good. It felt welcoming, and just to know that somebody was impacted by something positive that I did versus something negative that I did. It's comforting, and it gives me hope that I can be seen as that kind of individual versus just my past. Never looking to erase what I've done, because that can't happen. But just understanding that I can offer more and be more than just that moment. It's a wonderful feeling.
Thank you for that review. When you think about possibilities of moving forward, what do you see as the most important work that you have remaining to do?
I think the most important work I have remaining to do, that's a great question.
That's why I asked it.
I mean, I don't think there's one specific area. I haven't been in the community, in 31 years. And so there's going to be many areas that I have to work on. I'm still working on me. I'm not perfect. I'm a human being. And so I still want to work on the way that I deal with conflict as far as my communication, and understanding that, two people can have an opposing opinion and discuss a resolution versus it being something else. I know that there's going to be emotional moments that in here often, I never had a chance to really show, but given the opportunity to show, I don't know how people are going to respond to that now. I know that I have to work on relationships with my mother and my 2 brothers who are still here in Minnesota. I have to work on relationships with the community and make people feel, well, I don't want to say make, I apologize. Hopefully help people see and feel the person that I am today. I know I have to work on financial goals, saving money, having a budget, learning how to drive. There's a list of things that I have to work on that'll be struggles for me, that I'm looking to, through my supporting cast, go through and deal with confidence, because I have their support.
Thank you. I'm going to open the floor to other board members for any questions for Mr. Johnson.
Two issues, if I may.
Yes, sir.
In the recommendations that were listed, there was the phrase, and I quote, "where knowledge and skills become strained during interactions with authority figures."
Yes, sir.
Okay. My description of that, based on my understanding of your gifts and capacities, you're part of what I would call constructive intimidation. You've got skills maybe beyond my skill set, and you can express those skills to me, which could be very intimidating for me. But it's also going to help you and I engage in a very helpful and increased capacity for collaboration. Okay?
Thank you.
So all I'm saying that, but capacity is a burden at times. Capacity is intimidating. And go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, if I could respond, one of the things that I've been working on, especially with the program I talked about, we created Let's Talk through the Harvard project, is two main books that we used. And I was actually just rereading one of them this morning, kind of talking about just saying that ability to communicate. And it's called Difficult Conversations. And, you know, we all have them. And we have to learn how to hear what the other is saying and receive that versus only looking at it from our own perspective.
And we don't do that by ourselves. No.
Exactly.
We do it with one another.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. The other issue in terms of a release plan, if I may, some personal bias. What's your opportunity and resources for further education? Master's degree and beyond is what I'm talking about.
Yes. Well, that is the intent. So I didn't want to put that necessarily a part of the plan initially because I didn't know what the opportunity would be. But my goal is to get my master's degree, and we have talked actually about a doctorate. And through the NPWW and Hamlin family, we were also talking about an MFA. So those are things that have been a part of the conversation to further education. I love education.
So how is immediate steps going to help you go that direction? I mean, there's still some rigors that I think are going to be in place, right? How is that going to be helpful to you? Or how can you use that most to that goal of more education?
It helps it was a drive for me more than anything. It energizes me because I love education. I fell in love with educating myself. And so it's a drive for me to continue to educate and learn. I want to learn as much as I can. And so it's a motivating factor for me to figure out exactly the route to take to get these last 9 credits and finally have that bachelor's degree in hand.
9 credits towards what?
Finishing up my bachelor's degree.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was there, and then the Ashland University program kind of pulled out of Minnesota DOC. So I've been waiting over a year now to complete that bachelor's program. So if there's an opportunity to find a way to transfer 9 credits, which is all I need, I will be grateful for that. And then look to continue my education through grants, student loan opportunities, programs that open a door for people who want to further post-secondary education.
So my bias is that the next steps that you go into now, and a step down or anything else, helps facilitate that process.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And I'm a little naive of how that could happen, but go ahead.
Well, the confines here make that very restrictive to be able to get that further education. There is no, like currently where I'm at now as an Ashland University student, nothing was available for me here to further my education. I would have to transfer over to MCTC and start all over again. And none of my credits would apply because when you're working for your bachelor's, I think it's 77% or something like that of your credits have to come from the school that you're currently enrolled in. So I would have to start over to do anything here. So stepping out of here, I can
Here
actually
being Minnesota,
Lino Lakes.
Lino Lakes.
Yeah, so
Okay.
stepping out of Lino Lakes, I would actually be able to get online and finish my bachelor's degree through Ashland University, because I can continue that outside of this setting.
Okay.
And-
What setting do you think is most,
The
what setting
prison-
gives you that opportunity? What?
The prison setting is what confines that. Being able to step down to like most work release and in a
Okay.
halfway house or a residential housing will give me the best opportunity to make that happen.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Go for it. Go for
Thank
it.
you. Thank you.
I'd like to hear about your exhibit at the Wiseman.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That was a lot. That was a very emotional task for me. For what I wanted out of that. Communication is very vital to me. And I know the lack of communication from me has hurt or damaged a lot of relationships in my life. Being able to learn how to better communicate has built and restored some relationships in my life. And so with the concept of that exhibit, understanding that through a 15-minute phone call, it's very difficult to have a conversation from two people that can have a complete conversation in that 15 minutes and express everything you want to express and receive everything you're trying to receive in that moment. And so the distance, the inability through the 15-minute phone call, the prison structure and the process that when you're communicating with a loved one, you can call, but they can't call you. So there might have been something happening in that dialogue that wasn't able to be expressed. And now they're stuck waiting to continue that conversation and pick up on that until you call them again. And so that exhibit was kind of talk about trying to express all of that. And so there was two sides of the exhibit. One was the carceral state, the other was the healing state. And my exhibit was the only one that expanded both sides. And so on the left-hand side, we had a prison television, a clear, secure view television, see-through, and it was my image. And there were multiple phones where you can hear people expressing how through communication, even regardless of the confines and everything we had to endure, the impact that it had on our relationship. And they were expressing that impact from me upon them on those phones. But then there's a black line that connected you to the healing side. And then there was a setup or structure of my grandmother's living room with the couch with the plastic on it, because you couldn't sit on grandma's couch without the plastic. And there was an old type of telephone that you would pick up and you would see the images of the people talking to me on the other side, but you would hear my voice and you would hear how their communication impacted me and kept me thriving to progress forward in my life and to seek change and to grow and to become the person that I want to continue to become in my life. And so it was that healing and that transition through it all, the incarceral and the other side of it. I'm so proud of that. I really am. Even when we changed sites and went to the Minneapolis Hennepin County Library, even though the structure was changed as far as how it was set up, it was still impactful and people were still able to get the message through how we structured it there as well in a smaller space. And that tells me that, what we created was something powerful. And I'm just grateful.
Where is the exhibit now?
Yeah.
It is, I believe Emily Baxter is looking for another space because there was a timeline for it. And so it went from the Wiseman to the Hennepin Central Library. and we're now looking for the next space. But you can see this on the site, the WAAC, We Are All Criminals, SEEN project, SEEN. You can see images, video of what transpired with the exhibit.
You know, it reminds me of an exhibit in Montgomery, Alabama, that's about incarceration at the Legacy Museum. And there's a sequence that's about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, you clearly are very talented and have a ton of capacity and resources. And I mean, it just from where I'm sitting, I think your future looks bright. I'm wondering about younger you, that young teenager. And, you know, if you could transport back in time, what would you wish that young guy would have had available to him? Because he's still a part of you, you know, I mean, that's sort of my belief is that, you know, you've got this inner 17-year-old or however, and what could we give him? I mean, what does he require to heal and be all he can be?
So that's the question I asked myself, and actually, we published a book, and I wrote a piece specifically to that, a letter to my younger self.
Nice.
And I think the most important thing I think I needed more than anything was a positive male, very specific, male role model in my life. I often thought I found it and then realized that it wasn't.
Right.
But my want for some type of approval or acceptance allowed me to follow that versus what I should have been doing.
Right.
And I think the biggest thing for me really was somebody who was able to listen to me, but hear what I was dealing with and what I was going through, and able to give me what I needed, not what I wanted. Because I think the biggest thing I needed was somebody to tell me no to my wants, and then turn around and give me what I needed. And I didn't understand the difference at that time. You know, later, you know, as years went on, I grew to understand the difference. But then I didn't know the difference. But I really needed somebody to give me what I needed versus what I wanted. And to show me through their walk that this was possible, that it's believable to do and become.
Yeah.
And I think that's missing. It was missing for me, and I think it's missing still today for a lot of people, a lot of youth.
Me too. So hold that thought and that letter to yourself, because you might write yourself some more letters
All right.
as you go through these big transition times coming up.
Yeah.
In terms of being back in community, and that some of that younger energy might knock on your head a little bit sometimes, and you may have to tell yourself no, and have that conversation about what you need and what you want. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anything else?
Just,
Yeah. Go ahead.
sorry, just a
Go
couple
ahead.
of, sorry, just a couple of questions from me, Mr. Johnson. First, I want to acknowledge really a lot of the just really good stuff that you've done with your time, the plans that you've put forward for yourself. So I know at the beginning, the commissioner kind of made reference to one of the victims of of the offense, Mr. Bing, I believe.
Yes, sir.
So now there was the another victim, Mary Yang. Wondering, could you, recognizing, or you would talk a lot about kind of the ripple effect of crime and in particular, these particularly violent crimes and of which you were involved. Could you try to put yourself in their shoes and describe for me, like, what do you think that ripple effect has been like for them?
Horrendous. It's a pain that can't be erased. For be it the sister of Mary, be it the parents of Mary, Bing's parents, there was so much, and that's just in that space. There was so much loss. The relationship, because Bing and Mary were engaged to be married. These two families were to unify and become one. I took that away. That can't be replaced. Bing's inability to live a life that we will call normal by simply being able to walk to his car, where now he needs assistance, to get into a vehicle, any vehicle. To Bing's parents who sacrifice day and night to make sure that he's okay and has the things that he needs, and probably can't do the things they want to do every day like any other set of parents, because they have to be there for a son who now is in a wheelchair, or other family members, brothers, sisters, cousins. Just in that dynamic alone, I could never imagine the complete impact. I know that those in that community, the Hmong community, probably felt targeted. Did they feel safe now in that community, seeing members of their community brutally attacked and murdered? People who lived on those blocks, who didn't, realize or didn't know if it would be safe to let your children play in the yard, and would there be retaliation? The increased police presence and the cost that now put on the city or the county. I mean, there's so many elements to the ripple effect of what I did, and people that I don't know that I harmed, that I probably harmed. The business now that people weren't coming to that area and community, so now there was less business, to certain spaces, and I mean, the ripple effect is tremendous, and I would never know the complete impact of it, but I know that it was extremely damaging on so many levels.
And I appreciate that. So one follow-up question based on something you said. So what would you say to reassure that like something like this would never happen again, like that you would never do something like this? And I recognize like you've gone through a lot, but what I recently read some information in kind of a restorative justice book that actually did talk about that's one of the things that oftentimes survivors need to know is like, what sort of assurance would they have that you won't harm someone else? So like, how would you respond to that?
I think the biggest thing I don't say the biggest thing is the totality of all the things that I've looked to do to help me understand what transpired that night, what I was feeling, what I was thinking, why I was feeling that way, and why I responded the way I responded, to change all of that, to understand that those beliefs, that system of reacting versus responding, had to be removed. And throughout these years, that's been my goal, to change those values, those beliefs, those reactions, and understanding more than anything. And I think I talked a little bit about it in my letter, just how important for me gaining emotional intelligence was. It helped me so much in understanding that anger was the secondary emotion that I was using to project. But everything else that I was really honestly feeling was what I needed to recognize, what I needed to acknowledge, and what I should have been dealing with versus the anger. And understanding that now, I now have a better way of thinking and acknowledging what I feel, why I feel what I feel, and then responding. I no longer look to be a person that reacts. A lot of people who know me would say, "Man, you're so patient. You're so like you don't get mad. You know, it's not that I don't get mad. It's I don't let anger become the thing that dictates my response. I want to make sure I have a clear understanding of what's happening with me, what's happening with this moment. It might not be me. It might be something that the other person is dealing with. And now, versus reacting, I should be thinking, how can I help that person? What is it that I'm not giving them in this moment? Is it something that I said or done that caused that reaction? It's not about them. You know, I have to think about, you know, my position and role, regardless of how small or large it is, that got that reaction. And now, how can I repair or heal or alter that so it doesn't become something negative, but something more productive and a hopeful resolution in the end. I worked really hard on acknowledging what are my triggers. How do I dampen my triggers or remove my triggers? Just an overall 31 years of work and an understanding that I'm not done, that there's still work to do. And my goal now is to make sure that I'm involved with and seeking the people that can continue that growth and maturation and that work. Because we're always working on self. One of the things, if I can add, when we created the Building Character program with Pat Pollock, our image is a man made of bricks, but he's incomplete. And we left it that way for a reason. Because when we think we've got this under control and we start working on things over here, we might now start to negate this that we thought we had such a good grip on. And now that starts to slip. So it's always a continuous process of working on one's character and becoming or being the person that they want to be in life. And so it's always a constant thing. I'm always working on me. I'm never looking not to progress or move forward and become better. And that's all, that's what I can offer, is the continuous work to continue to grow and become better and get away from all of that I was before.
I appreciate that, and I you're right. We're never a finished product. You're never a finished product. I'm never a finished product, and I think that shows real insight. I hope that as you continue to progress, whatever that looks like, you've got a real gift, and I hope that you continue to use that to repair the harm, because you do have a gift, and I hope you take full advantage of that gift and any opportunities that might come before you.
Thank you.
I just have a quick question. Should you go on to work release, what are your employment plans? And I'm specifically interested in, you said you would do bridge, but you don't know anything about it. Do you?
Well, at the time, at the time it was expressed that a possibility for through the transition process was the bridge programs. Yet here, unfortunately, there isn't like anything that kind of shows, highlights, or describes what takes place at the bridge program. And so there was a lack of knowledge there. So
there's a change there. There's a change there too, just so I'll just address that. So that probably won't be on the table.
What, bridge?
Bridge.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And so
Yeah.
it was just a lack of knowledge of knowing what all transpired there. However, I am my initial plan is to go to some type of get involved in some type of training program for heavy equipment operation, and through that training process, transition to becoming a part of the union and working in that field for a good period of time, so I can find just a sense of stability, a sense of structure that I think will work for me. And outside of that, when given the opportunity to work within volunteer work and in the community. So those are my goals work-wise, stepping out the door.
So are you still thinking about Ujamaa Place or Emerge, or are those sort of not in the picture right now?
No, they're actually through Ujamaa, speaking to one of the board members, he was the one that was talking to me about helping me put together like my resume and finding spaces that might offer the training that I was talking about. So that's where actually the conversation transpired. It was that and HVAC. We were talking about HVAC as well. But
Thank you.
yeah, definitely looking to work through those spaces. Yes.
Okay, with that, I want to just turn to Mr. Johnson's advocate. Rachel, thank you for being here today. I'm going to open the floor to you to provide your thoughts as to where we are and what you'd like to see happen.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've written my words. I am Dr. Rachel Ramist. I'm a college professor and an episodic television director. I've directed some shows that maybe you've seen: Elsbeth, CSI Vegas, Fantasy Island, and many, many others. And I've known Leavonne Johnson for over 20 years. I met him while I was filming a prison arts writing program. And soon after, I was in an insurance workshop for my job teaching disabled students for the city of St. Paul when the woman next to me made me laugh. We became fast friends, and she said she thought I should meet her oldest son. And it turns out I already knew him, but I only knew him by his writing moniker, Mr. 187406. Back then, he didn't use his name, only his OID, because as he said then, I will never leave the inside of these walls. I came in as a kid, and with all the time I have, I'll die in here. All I'll ever be is a number. And it took years of therapy, treatment, writing, reflection, several restorative justice classes, and even yoga, which I'm a fan of for him. I'm going to get him doing goat yoga when he is in the world. For him to see himself as a person worthy of redemption, worthy of self-love, worthy of education, and with the potential for change. Through tremendous amounts of self-reflective work and study, as you've heard today, Vaughn excavated his trauma and deep scars from his childhood pain and from the hurt and pain he has caused with his own actions. He carries a core hurt stemming from growing up in poverty and around gang activity. His mother, who now is a healthy and blessed, God-fearing person, today is well. When he was small, she was unwell. I share this just as context, not as an explanation or an excuse for his actions, which he has tremendous remorse for that we've heard about today. But because he does this necessary work on himself to heal, feel deep remorse, and show he's accountable for his actions. And I will share some specific examples of his accountability. But first, I'd get in trouble if I didn't share a few acknowledgements. I must send love to our son who is watching from California. Vaughn has been a father to him since his biological father, who was Vaughn's childhood friend, passed away more than 10 years ago. And they talk on the phone every day, so he's watching on Zoom. Vaughn's mom, Cherie, who joins you all in person, she used to watch my daughter, who's now 29 years old, so that I could teach night classes at McAllister, have endless visits at Stillwater, thousands of hours at Stillwater, and commute to teach at Carleton while I earned my PhD at the University of Minnesota. And you will get your PhD next. So I'm here to be the spokesperson for our family, our friends, and our supporters. So Vaughn's teachers, mentors, and community that are there in the room, we thank you all, especially those of you present today. As I mentioned, present today is his mother, joined by his aunt. Thank you, Mom. Watching from California is Vaughn's father, who he's rekindled with, and I got to visit with in California and speak to you today. Is his birthday, so happy birthday, Mr. Booker. He's battling some tremendous illness, so we're sending healing love. Granny, who is also ailing, and his aunties, cousins, siblings, and relatives who span California, Texas, Georgia, and Minnesota, thank you all for watching today. His longtime mentor, Braxton Halsey, who I think became that male figure that he was looking for as a child, who he met more than 10 years ago through Amicus, also joins you all. Braxton, thank you for being such a strong mentor and a model of faith for Vaughn. His favorite professor who taught Vaughn in Stillwater, Dr. Deborah Appelman. She's the former chair of the education department at Carleton. Decades ago, she popped into my office at Carleton to share that we had a person in common. That person was Vaughn, her TA. We immediately gushed about his writing, his intellectual acuity, and the way he would approach texts in a way as deep as and beyond some of my college students, and that his analytical skills are at top with our best and brightest students. And I joked then that if he had gone to school and not prison, he would have grown up to be a college professor and a leader on campus. And you all have a thoughtful letter from Deb sharing that work they've done for 20 years. Also joining you is Jen Bowen Hicks and the incredible folks at MPWW, the Minnesota Prison Writers Workshop. Jen shared in her letter that he has strengths as a leader, artist, and a citizen. He's one of MPWW's most effective tutors, and he earned a Tier 3 certificate, so 300 or more hours of coursework, 24 continuous months of work with a professional writing mentor, and completion of 30 or more writing assignments, many, many more. Especially now the letters have stopped. We're not allowed to really send mail anymore, but I have binders and binders full of his writing. With Emily and MPWW, Vaughn has published poetry, writing, and is co-editor of a book of essays, which you heard about. Emily Baxter, who runs We're All Criminals, works with Vaughn on the exhibits that Vaughn described that she was touring with. And she's edited a video. Actually, it's really moving and beautiful. It's on her website, but I'm happy to, I'll send a link. I would love for you all to watch it. It's very, very powerful. This work reminds me of a time when Vaughn wrote a poem in a restorative justice class that he took with Wendy Brown Baez from MPWW, who also wrote a very moving letter to you all. It's a poem called I'm Sorry, I Apologize. He writes about how his apology isn't enough and can never be enough. He read it aloud in class and shared it with me on the phone calls that night. He shared that hat from education and the folks from victim services got emotional and was in tears. After taking that course, Vaughn became the TA for 2 more restorative justice classes that Wendy taught. When he read this piece to me on the phone, I sobbed and we sobbed together. Over 2 decades, we have spent at least an hour on the phone every day. The 15-minute, you have to wait 15 more minutes before the next call has put a little dent in our time, but hopefully that will change soon. But we've spent thousands of hours of visits in person and on video visits. I keep JPay in business, I believe. I have watched Vaughn grow in his emotional intelligence, his remorse, and his accountability. I remember reading a memoir essay, and I'm not sure which class it was, but it's called I'm Only 13, Never Old Enough. He shares the true story of walking down the street in St. Paul, holding the hand of his little brother and seeing his mother get shot in front of him. He felt scared and powerless because he was just 13. This poem was performed at an event at Hamline University. The room sobbed when the reader shared Vaughn's words, and at the end of the piece, his mother, who was in attendance, stood up with pride, the first time she could do that in decades, and said, "That's my son." The room exploded with emotions and tears. Vaughn and his mom carry an intergenerational pain and trauma from childhood and tremendous pain from his actions and his victims in this crime. In his writing and through his early studies, he's found support and safe space that we've heard quite a bit about. You heard about the Let's Talk class. I hope the men of Moose Lake enjoy all those books because I bought all the books and shipped them to the education director so the studies can continue, even though Vaughn has moved to Lino Lakes and hopefully back home to the world with us. For the last 2 decades, I've gotten to watch Vaughn grow, change his circle of friends, his core values, and his approach to conflict and community. And he continually works on himself, which you've heard quite a bit about. I'm so proud of him and his accomplishments. I'm inspired by his poetry, his writing, his leadership, his work ethic, and I'm proud to call him my best friend and my person. But I know all of this means very little without acknowledging and making space for the victims, the pain and the harm that Vaughn caused. It's irreparable. We carry the pain for Mary, Mary's family, for Bing. everything if you're watching, for your suffering, and for your family. Every time I return to Minnesota, I visit the scene of Vaughn's crime in Frogtown. I used to sit in a rental car and pray outside the Hmong funeral home on Leavonne Dale. It was the first Hmong funeral home owned by Hmong in the city. It was a sacred space, and Vaughn's actions harmed that sacred space. In March of 2013, the building was closed with a spiritual cleansing, a kind of ritual, a calling of the spirits, a sending off of the spirits that was performed by a shaman. The building was destroyed, and in that lot, about 5 years ago, a beautiful lily pad garden was planted. The garden is a beautiful healing space where new growth is the constant. Just as I do on every trip back to Minnesota, because I live in Los Angeles right now. The other day I went to visit and to pray. I sat at a picnic table in the garden and prayed for Mary and for Bing under the shadow of some dried sunflowers whose stalks blew in the crisp wind. I prayed that the winds would blow the seeds so that they will spread new life, new growth, and hope. That's also my hope for Vaughn and for Bing. Vaughn called that evening. We took a moment to reflect on Mary and Bing, and we prayed for their healing. And my hope is for an opportunity to connect through restorative justice practices. I can only imagine what Bing and Mary's families are going through right now. It must be very, very difficult to hear that Vaughn is good, that he is a good person, and he is a changed person that will never harm again. I know that must be really tremendously hard. It hurts that Bing and their families don't have the option or the opportunities for a different future, and that is unfair. But I know that's the reality. I hope it's not inappropriate to say, but I, as an artist and a leader and a filmmaker in the community, want to offer support and restorative justice. Things, should you ever be open to restorative arts justice programs or the kinds of writing workshops that Vaughn has been very, very fortunate to attend, I offer all my resources to support any programming work, anything that would help you and your healing journey. Personally, I also think this is a really important story that so many others can learn from as an artist, as a writer, as a filmmaker. I think we can do a lot to tell this story and show how pain feeds gang culture for both the Hmong and the Black community. We all deserve more than destruction, harm, and pain for our communities. Vaughn's actions did irreparable harm to you and to yours, but that doesn't have to be the end of this story. Today can be a seed that we collectively plant for good. The good is our stories, it is who we are, and it's good you do in the world. Vaughn was wrong, you were wrong. You were a child with an underdeveloped brain. Scientific studies have shown this as fact, which is why juvenile life sentences were overturned. Vaughn had the values of groupthink that taught him violence and guns can make a boy feel powerful, but we know that hurt people, but we can change that story. You're changing that story. After serving 3 decades and working on yourself, lessening your pain through writing and faith, you show remorse, accountability, and empathy. You now have tremendous emotional intelligence and respond thoughtfully and communicate clearly rather than being reactive. I see you use those tools that you learn in class every single day. I'm not always the most easy to communicate with. And as you heard, he works every day, and you see how he glows just hearing that someone in the community has seen him as human. He can't change what he did. We wish that we could. He can't replace what he took, but he faces who he was, and he does the work to transform himself. He is a good person, an empathetic person, a caring person. At the corner of Dale and Leavonne 30 years ago, it was a site of pain and loss caused by Vaughn's hands. Our prayer now is for peace and healing for Bing, for Mary, her family. We can't undo the harm, pain, or devastation, but we can plant those new seeds. If we care and water them, they can grow. It is my hope that I can and we can help Vaughn plant the seeds of a healthy present and future, like in that garden. It will take strong seeds and support, and I'm here to offer that support. Emotional, financial, spiritual, and I'm not alone. Family and friends, we ask that you show the board of the community that you are here to support Vaughn's release, that you are part of his support network, that you will be a listening ear, a friend with good advice, a potential employer, a creative partner, a member of the community who has said goodbye to that destructive teenage boy he was 3 decades ago, and who welcomes home who he is today. We welcome home a thoughtful, kind, compassionate, caring person who, when given the opportunity, will be a law-abiding, contributing member of our family and our community. And personally, I offer you this. I will always listen on the hard days. I will always push you on the easy days. And you have a whole team of support behind you. Friends in the room, if you can commit to supporting Vaughn as he transitions back to our family and to the community, please do stand up and show your support. Friends, thank you for all your love, guidance, and support now and in our future. And members of the board, thank you for this time and allowing me the opportunity to share.
Thank you. And with that, Mr. Johnson, before the board begins discussion and deliberation on next steps, I'd like to open the floor to you for one final comment.
I pray each day for a different outcome, and I know it can't be. But more importantly, I think I pray for just a peace of heart for me to be again what I need to be, and for people hopefully to be able to see through my actions, my behavior, my work, my dedication to change, growth, that I'm able to have an opportunity to put these things to work and in action in the community. I feel like I can offer a lot to different people, different settings, and I just will be grateful for the chance to do so. I want to be a person of service. I want to be a person that helps to heal and give back. I took so much from so many people that it's only right that I give back. I owe it to Bing's family, Mary's family, Bing himself, my family who was not happy for 31 years, and myself. Because I wasn't born or set out to be the person who committed that act that day. I was meant to be something different, something better. And I just want the opportunity to show that. And hopefully I've been able to do that today. Thank you. I'm grateful for this opportunity and truly appreciate this chance to be heard.
Thank you. And with that, I'm going to close this discussion and open this to board discussion and deliberation on next steps. And during that time, the board will not entertain questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would open this to the board.
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion that we deny parole, that we move Mr. Johnson to work release as soon as possible, and that we review in 6 months.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I don't disagree with the direction. The only concern I'll raise is just, I wonder, because I know the commissioner said in the past, sometimes that transfer to work release can take a little bit of time. So that's the only concern that I raise, is that if it takes 3 months to get transferred to work release, then we've got a relatively short chunk of time. So I put that out for discussion.
Here, clarity, what I meant was 6 months on work release.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Okay. Yep.
Can I just ask the question of the motion maker and this person who seconded? Coming back in 6 months, is that, what is that?
Well, so the PRT recommended work release 6 months to a year. So there's some sense of people who know him far better than I do, that 6 months might be adequate. An adequate time frame on work release before he moves, fully into the community.
I guess one of the reasons I'm asking is that is there any desire just to set a presumptive date and assuming that things go okay and with whatever conditions people want to put in place. I think we can still provide some opportunities for victims to be, engaged, but at the same time, if there was that desire, I'm also just mindful of the fact that victim participation occurred and then coming back and yeah.
So we could set a date for parole.
We could do that, and it would be a thereabouts, and there is some factors here depending upon what the release is, and we're going to need a Minnesota and a out-of-state plan because there has to be, because we can't assume that California would accept the transfer. But I think we could do some kind of roughly approximate presumptive.
I'll take that.
So meaning we don't need to come back. If everything goes as planned, he goes to work release, he does a great job, he can get a presumptive parole.
Correct.
Okay.
So I just want to say, if it's an interstate with a backup, there's an application process, and the receiving state has like 45 days to even respond.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's still travel plan arrangements and things like that. So you're probably looking more like a year
To get it all done.
by the time he goes to work release, spends 6 months there, applies for an interstate.
9 months, something 9 months to a year is what it could take for that.
Though.
Right, because there are elements of this depending upon.
Do I understand 6 months before he could be living in California, or a year before he's in California?
So it's going to take him 60 to 90 days to get on work release.
Okay.
Minimum, because beds are a little tight right now, but we
Yep.
can get it done. If he spends 6 months on work release, you're talking 9 months at that point.
9 months, yeah.
And then an application to interstate could be another 2 months, plus
Gotcha.
travel plans, so 3. So you could be looking at 12
12
for the
months. Good.
actual parole.
That's
date.
possible.
It's possible.
Can we do
Okay,
a
good.
6 to 12 month depending on?
Yeah, we could.
And really, all you have to say here is go to work release when it can be arranged, spend 6 months on work release, begin release planning. I
Yeah.
have to approve the release plan.
Mhm.
Okay.
Can that happen concurrently with work release?
Elements of it can, yes.
Yeah,
So, and he's a go-getter, so he's got a go-getter with him. So, so they'll get the wheels turning. Yeah.
Yes, we will.
Yeah, you will.
So there's that's out there. So we're given some latitude here just because of things that are out of our control. But so the motion would be a grant of control of parole within 9 to 12 months or something like that, because by the time we do the transfer, it would be somewhere in that time frame. And the date and conditions to be set based upon the approval of a final plan. Remain discipline-free during work release to occur when that can be arranged and placement made. And we'll do, outreach to victims, and if there's any desire, as was offered earlier, to have a connection, we could see what that looks like. And assuming everything goes as planned and set forth, that parole would be granted. We're presumptively approving that today.
I understand work release basically as soon as possible. Am I hearing
Yeah,
Hearing
but
that
that
right? Yeah.
60
Yeah.
days or whatever to get it back.
Yeah, 60 to 90, just to make
Mhm.
sure.
Right. There's a motion and a second. Any other discussion or questions? Hearing none. To the motion, Board Member Bray,
Yes.
Board Member Larson,
Yes.
Board Member Nelson,
Yes.
Board Member Strufert,
Yes.
and Schnell votes yes. Motion is granted. Mr. Johnson, parole is presumptively granted, assuming follow through on all the conditions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Good luck to you.
Thank you
Be
so much.
patient. I'm just going to ask you to be patient.
Yes, sir.
It will
Yes,
take
ma'am.
us time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we have a couple of items of business here to do. Just quickly, looking for a motion to approve the March 10th, 2026 meeting minutes. Second,
Second.
Andrew Larson will second because he was here that day. So there's a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? None. The motion prevails. Just to let folks know, we have nobody signed up for public comment, I believe. And the next meeting of the board is April 14th here at the Department of Corrections. And with that, I would accept a motion to adjourn. And second, we're adjourned.